With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, I'm your mountain bike. Been a minute since we hit the trail. Why not roll me over to Goodwill? Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. And that keeps us all moving. Donate today. On your left. To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
ESPN 1000 presents The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Hard-hitting fantasy info to help you land that job this weekend. Jeff Meller shares the latest news, injury updates, and tips to help you set your lineup. The Fantasy Football Show, presented by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Your football Sunday starts now with Jeff Meller on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning. Happy Sunday. Happy playoffs, folks. That is right. It is time for your fantasy football playoffs. I am Jeff Meller here with the Fantasy Football Show each and every Sunday during the regular season. That means we've got 3 more remaining for your fantasy football season. Because, of course, if you're doing it right, you're playing your championship week in week 17.
Championship.
That is right. Hopefully, we're going to help you win your ship starting today. Most folks out there need 3 more wins. Maybe you've got yourself a bye. Congrats to you. And you're just kicking your feet up and relaxing at home this week, waiting for next week in the semifinals and just praying that none of your players get injured this week. A weird spot for anybody out there who has the bye. But, of course, congrats to you for a job well done during the regular season. I do always like to throw this caveat out there because I do think if you're a fantasy football player, you're very serious about your football. You're very serious about your fantasy team. Truth be told, this could be a very difficult day if you take a tough loss. But remember, I always feel like a person's fantasy acumen is best judged by whether or not you can clinch that playoff berth. Grab that playoff berth, if you will. Don't get too wrapped up. Of course, you want the win. We all want the win. I get it. But don't blame yourself too much if you go down in flames or a blaze of glory this week because the randomness of a 1-week fantasy season gets you. Don't be too hard on yourself because you've made it to the playoffs, folks, and that in itself is quite the accomplishment. And again, I believe the truest judge of your fantasy football acumen. So do not be too upset if you run into some tough schedule luck here in the playoffs. I am Jeff Meller. Again, this is the Fantasy Football Show, 312-332-3776. If you want to jump on in, and I will take your calls and help you pin down that final lineup for the quarterfinals here this week. As always, the Fantasy Football Show is presented by Tullamore Dew. The fine folks over at Tullamore Dew. Warm yourself up with a little swig of Tullamore Dew this morning. If you're here in Chicago with me, you know it is brutal outside. And the conditions, if you're going to the Bears game like my man Justin Pottinger behind the glass, bundle up, folks, because they'll call it football weather. But I'm going to tell you, it is football watching from your home weather for me. It's going to be a rough one out there if you're going to the game between the Bears and Browns, so just make sure you're bundled up and dressed adequately. All right, let's get after all the latest key injury news that you need to be aware of.
Third down, goal to go. 2.5-yard line. Love shotgun. Jacobs to his left. Snap. Give Jacobs up the middle. Burrow his way. End zone. And he is in. Yes! A touchdown. Josh Jacobs would not be denied.
All right, so this is the injury that I'm most concerned about this week. Josh Jacobs listed as questionable with that knee injury. He actually did not participate in practice on Wednesday and Thursday. And Adam Schefter tweeted out yesterday that the Packers are, quote, mindful that he has another game in 6 days in Chicago, unquote. So already feels like even though Jacobs is expected to be active, he could be looking at a reduced role. I'll also point out the bigger headache here is that Emmanuel Wilson, who would be the obvious pivot to if Jacobs were inactive, which again doesn't look like he's going to be. He's expected to be active today in their 3:25 kickoff against the Broncos in Denver. But Emmanuel Wilson is dealing with an illness all week. He's listed as questionable. The latest from Ian Rappaport was that he was feeling better, and it looked like they were hopeful that he would be available today. But the Packers did elevate Pierre Strong from their practice squad. So, giant headache against a good defense on the road for the Packers. This one's going to be a little bit dicey for Josh Jacob owners out there. And if we have conversations about him today, it is, for me, truly going to be a case-by-case basis as to whether or not I give you the A-OK, in my opinion, to starting him. So let's see who you have as options today, folks. But I'm a little bit concerned about Jacobs, not just because of the matchup, but that he's dealing with the knee injury.
As the lone running back, motion right, Swift. There's the fake toss. Over the middle, touchdown, back of the end zone. Touchdown, Romadunze.
Oh, boy, wouldn't it be nice to hear one of those today. Jeff Joniak on the call right here in your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. Romadunze, the Bears are hopeful that he will be back today. He's listed as questionable. Of course, he's dealing with that stress fracture, but he was back out on the practice field in a limited capacity this week. What I will say, though, is that returning from the stress fracture and factoring in the weather that we have here in Chicago, I'm not loving the idea of using Romadunze today in your fantasy playoffs if we've got some decent alternatives. So, again, Romadunze looks like he's going to be a go for the Bears. Of course, just keep it locked here to your home of the Bears. We'll get you the inactives as soon as they roll in right at 10:30 with the Bears Network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne Meller. But I will say, for fantasy purposes, not loving the idea about using Romadunze today as the Bears host the Cleveland Browns. You know, I'll pivot really quickly, too, to mention Shedeur Sanders. Should you start him? No. Absolute no. Even in flex leagues, I don't want any part of Shedeur Sanders. Again, brutal weather conditions here in Chicago today, not going to help the passing games. And even though Shedeur Sanders put up some decent fantasy numbers last week, if you watched it, it wasn't very impressive. It was a lot of run after the catch by his receivers, and against a Tennessee Titans defense that had broken coverages all over the place. So if you were somehow, some way intrigued by the possibility of using Shedeur Sanders, hopefully that would only be in a super flex league, but I would recommend not doing that.
Burrow will be under center. Mixon 8 yards behind. Burrow waiting for the snap from Karras. Joe has the ball. Fakes to Mixon from the pocket. Throws into the end zone.
Yeah!
Higgins running along the back line. Makes the catch for the Bengals touchdown.
Throwback. We heard Joe Mixon in the highlight there for a young Joe Burrow. No doubt he was enthusiastic about life, not as melancholy as he was this past week. And then you heard T. Higgins catch the touchdown there. Well, all the more reason for Joe to be sad this week, as T. Higgins has been ruled out as he deals with concussion now for a second time within 3 weeks. That's not great, but I just think that means Jamar Chase is going to get his against the Baltimore Ravens at home today as the Bengals welcome them in. Joe Burrow you waited it out this long. I think you still roll with him. That kind of goes without saying, depending on your options. But I think for the most part, I'm feeling pretty good about using Burrow. He is in my top 5 for fantasy QBs this week.
Shotgun set for Brissett on second and goal at the 9. Back to throw. Sends a pass to the left side on a back shoulder throw. Caught for a touchdown by Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison will not be catching touchdowns. He's still dealing with that heel injury now, and he's been ruled out, which I think is very good news for the folks out there who have been rolling with Michael Wilson, and it has been a extremely successful roll with Michael Wilson Jr., as he's been awesome over the last month whenever Marvin Harrison has not been in the lineup. I will say, though, not loving the matchup this week quite the way I have in the past. It's certainly been the Cardinals rolling up some garbage time stats for the most part in the second half with Jacoby Brissett and Michael Wilson. I don't, though, like it a whole bunch today, as they are headed to Houston to take on the Texans. And honestly, I do believe the Texans are the scariest defense going right now in the National Football League. So I don't want any parts of the Cardinals offense. And I think most of you probably should feel the same way about that. But I get it. Michael Wilson has been awesome over the last month. You want to use him. I'll just say I don't know how much time Jacoby Brissett's going to have, especially because he's dealing with the loss of his starting left tackle, Parrish Johnson, who's out. So there's not a whole bunch I love about the idea of using Michael Wilson in Houston today for the poor Cardinals.
Second down and goal from the 2. Helmet high snap, looking left, throws that way, and it's caught for a touchdown. Davante Adams, touchdown LA.
All right, so good news here, fantasy owners out there, fantasy friendos. The Rams are expected to have Davante Adams available today as they host the Lions at SoFi Stadium in the Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford return against their former team game. That one should be a fun game. Of course, the Lions really need this game to stay alive in their pursuit of the playoffs, and the Rams, of course, are trying to secure the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Davante Adams has been dealing with that hamstring injury now for the last month or so, but he has not missed a game because of it. And even though it was looking a little bit more skittish this week, good news from Sean McVay overnight, as Ian Rappaport reported that McVay said he expects Adams to be there and would be surprised if he wasn't. So that's very good news there for the Davante owners out there who have their goal line wide receiver in the Rams offense these days. I should mention Blake Corum. He's going to be somebody who I think will be asked about quite a bit today. And if you watched last week, the Rams rolled up the Cardinals, and Blake Corum actually had a bigger, more productive week than Kyren Williams. Kyren Williams is still, in my opinion, going to get his. I would expect him to see 15 to 18 touches, but what we've seen from Blake Corum over the last 5 or 6 games is him emerging into a 1A role to Kyren Williams' lead back. And I think we could see reasons to use Blake Corum as a flex option today.
Throws deep down the right side, back right corner of the end zone, caught, and a touchdown Cowboys. CeeDee Lamb beat Trent McDuffie.
Good news, CeeDee Lamb, who we saw leave his last game with the Cowboys on a Thursday night when they were playing the Lions with a concussion, looks like he has cleared concussion protocol. Now, the one thing I'll warn you, have an alternative ready just in case, because the one scary thing with concussions is always that even the day of, you still want to make sure that there are no symptoms lingering or anything that could crop up. So make sure that you have an alternative to pivot to just in case, for whatever reason. If Lamb, something happened today, you wouldn't want to get caught in your fantasy football playoffs without an option. So just make sure you've got the roster flexibility to change up in case something happens. And I would think the best alternative, if Lamb, for some reason, we got late word, something happened, Ryan Flournoy is the man who I think you want to have on your roster available. He had a big, productive game the moment that CeeDee Lamb left the game last Thursday night, I said last Thursday night, two Thursday nights ago against the Lions, Flournoy went for 115 and a touchdown, and that was in about a half of work now. So just be prepared because the Cowboys play on Sunday Night Football against the Vikings. So just have an option ready to go.
Quick handoff. McCaffrey up the middle, trying to fight forward. He's in for a 49ers touchdown. He punches a hole in the dog pound defense and plunges in for 6.
Similarly, have Brian Robinson hopefully ready to go if you are a CMC owner, because he was added to the injury report yesterday with a back injury. Now, the good news is that everybody expects him to play. But again, that is a 3:25 kick at Levi Stadium for the Niners as they host the Tennessee Titans. Of course, the great news is because it's the Titans, if something were to change and CMC, all of a sudden, the back didn't feel good and they wanted to give him the day off, Brian Robinson against the Titans is certainly a tasty matchup as well. So just hopefully you've got Brian Robinson ready to go on the bench. As I've mentioned all season long, I've been talking about he's one of the few handcuffs you need to have on your roster if you're a CMC owner. So again, expecting McCaffrey to play, but I always like to just make people aware at 7:15 on Sunday morning how I would play it.
Daniels stands back in the shotgun, lifts his left leg, takes the snap, looks, fires over the middle, caught by Samuel, trying to run away from the defense, breaks a tackle, dives into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
All right, so the good news is that Deebo Samuel is expected to play. He will have Marcus Mariota throwing him the pigskin today. Jaden Daniels is out. You probably already know that. Probably for the best there, because I just want to see the kid get healthy and be back in action and hopefully back to the player we saw as in his rookie season, which was so dynamic and a really fun quarterback to have in fantasy football. I'll mention, too, Chris Rodriguez saw this come in overnight, dealing with an issue of his own. So he's listed as questionable. Chris Rodriguez, that is. So just make sure that you check on him when the inactives roll in again around 10:30 Central Time. Chris Rodriguez, he's considered a game-time decision. So he's been dealing with a groin injury. So if you're relying on Chris Rodriguez, make sure that you've got somebody available as well in case he's not available this afternoon for the Commanders as they head to the Giants in a noon game there. And finally,
it's 1st and 10, Indianapolis in plus territory, and they're going to spot the ball at the Raider 42-yard line. Play action. Rivers drops the throw, slides, going to heave it way downfield for T.Y. at the 5, and he walks into the end zone. Touchdown! A 41-yard bomb from Phillip Rivers, and the Colts are right back on top. It is 16-14.
It is a throwback Sunday morning. Phillip Rivers to T.Y. Hilton right there. And, of course, you are well aware that Phillip Rivers is expected to start today for the Colts. What does that mean for your Colts? Well, for me, that means if we're not talking about Jonathan Taylor, I really don't want to use Alec Pierce, Michael Pittman, and I suppose Ty Warren, tight end. It's a spot where you probably don't have a better alternative, but I don't feel great about using any of the Colts pass catchers against the Seahawks defense in Seattle. Rough game for Phillip Rivers to return and to push back the clock on his Hall of Fame candidacy. He was named as a semifinalist earlier this year. Well, the moment he steps onto the field, that's going to be reset for another 5 years, so that's interesting. But nevertheless, this is not great news for Jonathan Taylor owners, but maybe, just maybe, it will serve better than Riley Leonard, which, that was going to be a tough spot as well, as you had to imagine that it was going to be very easy for defenses to combat and just stuff the box against the Colts. Maybe, just maybe, Rivers, with the ability that he has and knowing how to run offenses, he is a very cerebral quarterback. If he can move it all and just kind of stay alive, maybe he'll put a functioning offense out there for the Colts We shall see, though. For me, it's kind of a wait-and-see moment here. I don't really love using Colts today with Grandpa Rivers under center. That's right. He became a grandpa in his 5 years while he was gone. So Grandpa Rivers under center for the Colts today. There you go. All the latest injury news and information you need to be aware of as you set your fantasy football lineup. I am Jeff Meller. This is the Fantasy Football Show presented by Tullamore Dew. 312-332-3776. Your passcode to jump on in. We'll talk about your lineup questions coming up next right here on ESPN 1000.
This is the Fantasy Football Show. Back after this on ESPN 1000.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rodgers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rodgers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rodgers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
This holiday season, lock in something that lasts. Astound Wi-Fi, starting at just $19.95 a month, forever. Not a temporary rate, no hidden fees, just your price forever. Check off one more thing off your to-do list this season and stop stressing about your internet. Fast, reliable Wi-Fi for every device, every holiday, every year. All for $19.95 a month. But don't wait. Visit astound.com today to sign up. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Hi, this is Dave Musil, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. When emergencies happen, who do you call? Broken pipe? Power outage? Furnace failure? No hot water? The answer is always the same. Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day service and installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. That's why over 30,000 customers have given us a 5-star Google review.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Fellas, it's the season to shine, and not just from the holiday lights. Manscaped is here to keep you looking sharp for every holiday party, family photo, and mistletoe moment. The Lawnmower 5, groin and body trimmer, and the Chairman Plus face shaver deliver precision, comfort, and control worthy of Santa's nice list. I've been good and nice. Whether you're tidying up before a big night out or preparing for New Year's Eve, Manscaped has your back. And your face too, to be exact. So gift yourself with some grooming greatness this season, because looking good is the best gift of all. And now you can find Manscaped products at your local Walmart. This one's for the flavor fanatics. Sour apple 5-hour energy shots don't mess around. They bring the bite. Tart, tangy, and packed with tasty caffeine, this little 2-ounce bottle punches above its weight. With zero sugar and as much caffeine as your favorite 12-ounce coffee, it's the kind of pick-me-up that keep your taste buds happy without the crash. And it doesn't stop at sour apple. There are 17 bold flavors waiting for you to discover. Pick one up in store or stock up online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon today.
The Fantasy Football Show with the guru of fantasy football, Jeff Meller. Dial us up at 312-332-ESPN. That's 312-332-3776. This is the Fantasy Football Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000 and 100.3 HD2.
Snap. Cousins looks right, throws it down the middle, caught by Pitts, running laterally 5, up the field, into the end zone, touchdown Kyle Pitts. Snap to Cousins,
He fades it to the right side for Pitts into the end zone, and he hauls it in two-handed in the front corner of the end zone. It's a touchdown, and Kyle Pitts continues his rampage. 3rd and goal. Trips to the right, Robinson left, snap, Cousins tries to lob it, end zone, Pitts, a juggle. He falls toward the sideline, and this is, I believe, incomplete. Oh, they say touchdown. They say touchdown. Hip on the field.
The ruling on the field stands as called touchdown.
Wow. It's 28-26. Kyle Pitts, remnants of a dazzling effort, has made it a 2-point game.
Mary Pittsmas, did you celebrate on Thursday nights? Or did you curse the fantasy football gods as he eliminated you from your fantasy football playoffs before you even had a player play a game? Kyle Pitts, ridiculous. That's right. 34 standard fantasy football points. 45 PPR fantasy football points. Get the hell out of here. Kyle Pitts, it only took 5 years. Finally, he's living up to that 4th overall hype that he deserved when he was selected in the 2021 National Football League selection draft, as Chris Berman would call it. Kyle Pitts, oh man, he's got a lot of folks out there either very ecstatic with him or very pissed off because finally to deliver a performance like that from a guy who you were just probably hoping for 8 to 10 points if you were starting him. I'm not going to lie. Kyle Pitts, he was on one of my teams earlier this year. He's riding the waiver wire in that 12-team league. That's right, 12-team leagues, not even owned in that league on Thursday night. And a lot of people, I think, had enough of Kyle Pitts where you can understand why. So hopefully you did not square off against Kyle Pitts this week in fantasy football, because if you did, you, my friend, are going to have to mount a hell of a comeback. But that's what we're here for. Try and help you get that epic comeback victory against all those evil Kyle Pitts fantasy football teams out there. I'm Jeff Meller. This is the Fantasy Football Show presented by Tullamore Dude. Taking your calls, 312-332-3776. Let's start things off with Billy, who's in Plainfield this morning. Billy, what's going on, my friend?
Hey, good morning, Jeff. I have a half TPR question between Jerry Jeudy or DJ Moore.
All right, so this one's pretty easy, even though it was not a good week last week for DJ Moore. I'm going to go with the Bears, and I just trust Ben Johnson. They're both playing in the same elements, Billy, and Shedeur Sanders does not have the strongest of arms. Caleb has a stronger arm, no doubt about that. I'm a little bit concerned about concerned in the sense of a fantasy owner having to watch Shedeur Sanders operate their offense, even though it was a solid week last week. I wasn't impressed with the way he got there. So you can go ahead if folks out there, you want to, if it's not Harold Fannin, I don't want any part of the Browns passing game today at Soldier Field. Again, we'll get you really locked in with all your Bears and Browns breakdown throughout the day. Bleck and Abdalla up next after I'm done here with your tailgame pregame for the Bears and Browns. And then, of course, the Bears pregame, network pregame with Waddle, Silvy Dionne, Miller. You'll hear the game at noon. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer on the call with J-Mac, Jason McKee on the sidelines. Yurko and Peggy with your Bears Network postgame show. And then I'll be back with the postgame show with Jason McKee and Pat the Designer on your home of the Bears. Let's try Gerald, who's in Hoffman Estates. Gerald, what's going on, man?
Good morning, Jeff. Thanks for taking my call. I have 4 wide receivers. I need 2 to start. Jamison Williams, Metcalf, Flowers, or Pickens.
You need 2 of those, Gerald, you said?
Yes, sir.
And PPR, right?
That's it.
All right, boy. This is rough. I think I have to. So DK's out pretty easily of those 4 options. All very strong options. That's probably why you're still alive. I would go with Jamison Williams. And, boy, I think you got to go with George Pickens over Zay Flowers, even though Zay Flowers was alive and well. I just think J-Mo and Pickens, for me, those are it's tough, too, because Flowers is actually better in the PPR format, Gerald. But I can't, Jamison Williams and Pickens, I just think they're both much better bets for scores, and both have the possibility of having monster games as well. So it's tough, but honestly, I'd go with J-Mo and Pickens over Flowers there. Let us try Dave, who's in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Dave-O, what's up, my friend?
Good morning, Jeff. I got a question here. I need two of these four, and I did two questions in one here. Goddard or Fannin, and Purdy and Hurts.
Goddard and Fannin, or Purdy and Hurts.
Yeah, I need one of each.
Yes.
One quarterback, one.
So for me, I'm using Harold Fannin over Goddard because Goddard and the Eagles' passing offense, even though they've got Vegas today, so I get the intrigue, but unfortunately, Goddard has just been a non-factor in the Eagles' passing game for over a month now, so that's unfortunate. And honestly, I think I would use Purdy against the Titans. They had busted coverages all over the field last week against the Browns, so I would use Purdy instead of Hurts. I just don't trust Jalen Hurts these days.
Thanks, Jeff. Good luck today.
Thank you, Dave. 312-332-3776. Again, that's the number if you want to jump on in, just like Scott in Maryville did. Scotty, my friend, how are you?
I'm good, my good man. I'm going to change my question just to simplify it. I was just wondering, it's full PPR, and normally I would never ask this one, but given the last month with both these players, it was between Watson and Jefferson. I have Jefferson in because I keep thinking, God, at some point he's got to look like he is. But
sure,
the quarterback situation is so bad. And my wife actually happens to be a Vikings fan, so I watch them.
Yeah, you've seen it firsthand.
Yeah, and it's like they just kind of figure, shut him down and let the Vikings' bad QB play try to beat him. And, last week, McCarthy, he did have 3 touchdowns. And he looked good, but Jefferson is not fed. It's like he gets shut out. So, and Watson's been clearly this last month. He's not really just hit or miss. He's a stud, but he's got a tough matchup. So, anyways, it would just be between one of those two.
No, and that is a great question, Scott. And you said it was PPR, right? And I
PPR.
say that as if this is last year, like it matters for Justin Jefferson, but because it's a PPR, this is purely based on. I actually gave some advice against using Justin Jefferson. I kind of gave my official permission on ABC 7 with Dionne Meller. We do a show on Fridays called Overtime, and I gave my official permission to go ahead and bench Justin Jefferson. But it's purely based on what your options are. And here's the thing: Christian Watson, you're right, he's been really good against the Broncos. We know that's a tough secondary. And unfortunately, because it's PPR scoring, Watson's that's the one. He may score a touchdown or two. He's been very good about doing that. But I think with the Broncos defense, more likely to hold the Packers offense down a little bit scoring wise. I'm not as convinced that he's going to get that touchdown. You need to kind of make his day. So I think I would still use Justin Jefferson against the Cowboys. They're without Diggs in the secondary, and you're right, but at least McCarthy looked a little bit better last week. It's a controlled environment indoors. I think Jefferson, I think they have to get him the ball, a little bit this week. So against a secondary that I kind of liked attacking in the Cowboys versus a defense I want no part of in the Broncos, I would still lean Jefferson over Watson, Scott.
Okay, thanks, brother.
All right, man. Good luck. Hopefully I did not talk you into the wrong direction. Let's try Isaac, who, speaking of Denver, is in Denver. Isaac, my man, I saw it's going to be like in the mid-50s today at kickoff for the Broncos game against the Packers. Is that right? Did you see that? Did I see that correctly?
Yes.
We're
I know.
freezing.
Listening to the weather in Chicago, it's like, is it even winter here?
It's so odd when I scan across the league and look at where temperatures could be a factor, and you're still somewhat in the Midwest. When you're in Colorado, you don't think, it's going to be 50 degrees when it's sub-zero temps in Chicago. But that is the case today. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, Jeff, just need 2 of these 3.5-point PPR. Thankfully, I wasn't going against Pitts, but my opponent did have Mike Evans, so I am in a little bit of a hole. I need either Woody Marks, Zay Flowers, or Tet McMillan. 2 of those 3 half-point PPR.
Half-point PPR. Okay, that makes it a little bit trickier. I definitely would want to use Woody Marks today. Great matchup against the Cardinals. And Nick Chubb is not going to play, which just frees up Woody Marks. The only issue for him, and really because the volume has been immense for him over the last month or so against the Cardinals' run defense that doesn't seem to stop anybody, offer any resistance. Woody Marks, I think, is in store for a big game today, or at least a lot of carries. And because Nick Chubb is out, I think that's a good chance for him near the goal line. So I'm definitely using Marks there. And then I would personally lean for Zay Flowers over Tet McMillan today. A little bit, unfortunately, I like Tet. It's a little bit too inconsistent for my liking in Carolina. So I'd go with Zay. We finally got a nice game out of him last week, and I do think Lamar is coming around a little bit, even though the stats haven't kind of matched up his play, in my opinion.
Awesome. Love it, Jeff. Bear down and stay warm today.
Thank you, Isaac. Appreciate it. 312-332-3776. Isaac drops off. That leaves a line open for you. Taking your calls on the Fantasy Football Show presented by Tullamore Dew.
Don't go anywhere. The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew, will be back with the answers to all your fantasy football dilemmas on ESPN Chicago.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get great gifts for the workshop at Menards. Know you're getting the job done right with a level from Johnson Level. They offer a variety of levels, laser levels, and layout tools for incredible accuracy. Get a 24-inch I-beam level. On sale now through December 24th. Hurry, Christmas is almost here. View our selection of Johnson Level tools on Menards.com. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for many other great deals happening this week.
This is the Our Idea is Ready to Launch vision. This is the Create Great Jobs vision. This is the We Need More Space vision. This is Busey, where your business visions become realizations. Through securing capital for growth and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future, because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The Fantasy Football Show is back with the guru of fantasy football, Jeff Meller.
How's your lineup looking?
It's not good.
Dial us up at 312-332-ESPN.
Like, if I start him and then he doesn't play, I literally have nothing in the bank. I have no backup.
That's 312-332-3776. This is the Fantasy Football Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
A little bit of Bears news for you on the home of the Chicago Bears here on Sunday morning. How about this? Should not affect your fantasy teams, and hopefully it won't affect the Bears, but Tyson Bagent has been added to the Bears injury report, listed as questionable with an illness, so potentially making room for Case Keenum to be the backup if Bagent is unable to go today as the backup option for the Bears as they host the Cleveland Browns at Soldier Field. Of course, we'll have all your coverage getting Bears-centric after we wrap up the Fantasy Football Show presented by Tullamore Dew right here in your home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. That will get going as soon as I'm done here at 8 o'clock. Jeff Meller, though, with the Fantasy Football Show for another 20 minutes with you. As always, you can also hit me up on the socials at Jeff_Meller. That's Meller. If you want to submit your questions that way as well. Let's go on out to Orland Park and say good morning to Bob. Bobo, what's up, man?
Hey, Jeff, how you doing?
Doing well. How about you?
All right. I got a full-point PPR league. I need a running back and a flex. Out of these 5 running backs, I got Jones and Mason from Minnesota.
Which Jones? Aaron or?
Aaron Jones,
okay.
Yeah.
Jones,
Pollard,
Mason, Pollard.
Bam Knight, or Chris Rodriguez. And then the wide receiver is Shakir.
And you need, I'm sorry, how many of those did you need, Bob? 2?
So one as a running back.
Okay.
And I need a flex.
A flex
out of
option.
that group.
All right, so.
And I could do Shakir,
Sure. So, oddly enough, how about the performance by Tony Pollard last week? I think it's worth going back to Pollard this week. I don't want any part of Bam Knight. I already mentioned at the top. That's a brutal matchup for the Cardinals against the Texans. So, cross him off. Chris Rodriguez is dealing with a groin injury to the point where he's going to be a game-time decision for Washington. That makes me a little bit skittish about considering him. So Pollard is the number one option there. Then between Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason, it really no idea who the Vikings are going to lean into each and every week. It kind of what was that, Bob?
Shakir would be the other option.
So that's
as
where
the flex.
That's where I was getting to. I think I want to use Khalil Shakir as the option, the pass catching option there with Josh Allen. Flicking him the pill, that would be my option there. I'd choose him over the 2 Viking running backs just because it's kind of been a headache and it's a pick your poison situation. I don't think anybody really has a clear read on what the Vikings want to do each and every week. And as we just talked about with Scott and Maryville, unfortunately, their quarterback play has been so abysmal it has sabotaged the running game as well for several games this year. Let's try Steve, who's in McHenry. Steve, how you doing, man?
Hey, Jeff, how are you? This is full plate PPR. Flex question. Deebo Samuel's coming off that injury or Kenneth Gainwell.
Yeah, this one's tough because Gainwell has kind of carved out a really nice role for himself, and I think that's partially because outside of DK Metcalf, the Steelers don't have any real good pass-catching options. It's Jalen Warren, Gainwell, and DK, and then just a bunch of tight ends that can't get open down the field. Gainwell's kind of made himself an option as a flex here. I think that one's rough. I'm really on. I could flip a coin there. I think, Steve, if it were me, I would go with Deebo. Though it's a decent matchup against the Giants, and Mariota was. We've seen him be effective at times, especially when he's had the opportunity to get the reps in practice this week. He did do that because Jaden Daniels was ruled out pretty early in the week. So I think I would use Deebo over Gainwell, Steve.
Yep, but with Rodriguez being injured, maybe he'll get more passes
Or even, hey, he might get more runs as well. That's something that's in Debo's bag. So I'd go with Debo over Gainwell, but it's a pretty tough call for me. That one's close. Let's try Jordan, who's in Wakanda. Jordan, what's going on?
Good morning, Jeff. I got a PPR tight end question. Juwan Johnson or Isaiah Likely?
Yeah, so I think you have to go with Isaiah Likely. The Bengals have the worst defense in football against tight ends. They stop no tight ends at all. The stats that you may have seen circulating, if you're into if you're in the weeds with fantasy football the way I am, is that the scoring when it comes to tight end outputs all season long, Trey McBride is the runaway leader in terms of scoring for tight ends in fantasy football. And second is the amalgamation of whatever tight end is playing the Bengals each week. Second best tight end scoring put together by every tight end that's played the Bengals. So I think you attack that matchup. Juwan Johnson, the Saints' upside in terms of scoring feels limited to me. So I'd go with Likely against that horrific Bengals pass defense, especially when it comes to defending tight ends. That is something they do not do well. So take advantage of that. I'd use Isaiah Likely. Hopefully he can hang on to the ball as he crosses the goal line. That would be critical to a good Isaiah Likely week. I'm Jeff Meller. This is the Fantasy Football Show. 312-332-3776. One more segment to go. When we come back, Justin Pottinger, the man who is going to his first regular season Bears game today, will share with you his daily fantasy play right here on ESPN 1000.
This is the Fantasy Football Show with the guru of fantasy football, Jeff Meller. Back after this on ESPN 1000.
Yurko and I did something rare.
Rare and ridiculously good.
We picked our very own barrel of rare character whiskey with Joe's Beverage Warehouse in Romeoville.
And we're throwing a rare character tasting party this Wednesday from 6 to 8 p.m. at Joe's Beverage Warehouse.
The rarest part? Our barrel bottles are extremely limited.
Come hang with us. Reserve your bottle while you can. Sample some rare expressions and score Joe's gift card.
See you Wednesday night at Joe's Beverage Warehouse in Romeoville.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington-Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
The post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
Those instructions can be tough, and, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
The NBA is happening Christmas Day. 5 games, 1 unforgettable lineup.
That's what Christmas is all about.
Buckets for breakfast, breakaways for dessert. It's the holiday tradition.
Christmas is our day.
With star power from across the globe.
It's the stars. They are going to be out.
The best gift, you don't even have to unwrap it.
We want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year!
NBA Christmas Day begins at noon Eastern on ABC and ESPN.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
You're listening to The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Presented by Tullamore Dew on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Final segments here on this week's edition of the Fantasy Football Show here on ESPN 1000 as we begin the pursuit of
championship.
That is right, the ship. Playoffs begin, hopefully, if you're doing things right, the quarterfinals in your fantasy football playoffs. I am Jeff Meller here with you each and every Sunday during the regular season, talking fantasy football with you at 7 a.m. Hopefully, we will bring our listeners across the next couple of weeks with wins. That's the one thing. I know sometimes it can be devastating if you have a good year and then all of a sudden you abruptly are out. So let's get that last fantasy football win for you here for over the next couple of weeks. Justin Pottinger, each and every week on the show, gives us his daily fantasy football play. He's also headed to his first Bears game,
man.
first regular season game at Soldier Field. Just stay warm. Stay warm. I'm sure you'll maybe have a few adult beverages. And if you're imbibing, just remember, don't get crazy. No need to take off your shirt. All right? All right.
That will not be
Stay
happening.
disciplined.
I can promise you that.
All right. All right, Justin, what do you got for our daily play here today?
Yeah, so this week I'm going to go with Devin Neal, rookie running back for the Saints, with Alvin Kamara out once again this week. Devin's going to be set to be the lead back once again. Last week, Neal saw 71% of the snap share, and this is just your reminder that volume is king, especially in the playoffs. When you need a safe play, volume is the way to go, and Devin Neal has that. Neal also ends the season with the third easiest schedule for running backs, and that starts this week against the Panthers, who rank 22nd against running backs. This is a dream matchup for him. He also is very good at catching the ball, so he's not just a player that's on the ground. He'll get you a couple catches, which is great for PPR leagues, and I think he will score today. This is a great flex play, RB2 as well on FanDuel. He's 6,100, and on DraftKings 5,300. Very cheap price. I love that play. I'd start him this week, Devin Neal.
All right, Devin Neal and the Saints against the Panthers. I like it. Let's go back out to the phone lines and try Don, who is in Warrenville. Donnie, my man, what's up?
Hey, Jeff. Again this week, Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, for me, I definitely want to use Burrow this week. Mahomes, tough matchup against the Chargers. Their secondary's been strong. Going to be cold in Kansas City. Not that it's going to be warm necessarily in Cincinnati, but at the same time, I like Joe Burrow against that Baltimore Ravens secondary far more than Mahomes against the Chargers defense. So I would go with Burrow and him throwing to his boy Jamar Chase there.
Thanks, bud.
No problem, man. Good luck, Don. Let's try Steve, who's in Grays Lake. Steve, what's up, man? You're on the Fantasy Football Show.
Good morning, fellas. Go Bears.
Bears.
I'll change it up a bit. I'm not going to go with Johnson as a flex or as a wide receiver. So I need two picks here, one wide receiver and one flex.
Okay.
Samuel, Vele, Slayton, or Dowdle.
I'm sorry, and how many did you need? 2 of those?
Two, yeah.
Yeah, so Dowdle, I know it's been a little bit frustrating as of late. Chuba Hubbard's worked his way back in, but I'm still going to go with Dowdle. I think just, to Justin's point here a moment ago, I do think the volume still should be there in terms of double-digit touches for Dowdle, so I'm going to use him against the Saints. And then it was Slayton, and who were the other options for the receivers?
Slayton and Samuel, of course, are going against each other.
Yeah.
Or Vele.
Yeah, I'm still not trusting Vele just yet there in New Orleans. So I would still go with Debo over Slayton, Steve.
Okay.
All right.
Great. Thank you, guys.
No problem. Thank you, Steve, for listening. Let's try Jacob in St. Charles. Jacob, what's going on, man?
Hey, Jeff. Thanks for taking my call.
My pleasure. Thanks for making it.
To everyone listening. I wanted to ask a quarterback situation. Would you pick – I just need one for standard scoring. Jordan Love, Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, or I could pick someone off like Mariota or Tyler Show.
So, in this situation, I get it. The defense, the Broncos, I kind of talked about it earlier in the show. I don't love the matchup for Jordan Love, but of the options there, it's pretty clear for me. Love is head and shoulders above everybody else. It's been well documented how well he plays later in the season. He has some absurd stats when you're talking about, after Thanksgiving, essentially every year. He's just ridiculous. I believe 37 touchdown passes to 2 interceptions in his career once you're talking about games after Thanksgiving. So 37-2. The man just seems to warm up at the coldest time of the year. And so I know it's a tough matchup, but I don't trust Bo Nix. J.J. McCarthy, God no. So I know it's probably more of a matchup thought there against the Cowboys. But the Cowboys' defense has been a little bit better since they made those deals at the trade deadline for Quinnen Williams and Logan Wilson. So I definitely would use Jordan Love. I don't want to bet my season on Bo Nix or J.J. McCarthy there. So good luck, Jacob. Let's try Matt, who is in Geneva. Matty, what's going on, friend?
Hey, how's it going? I got another quarterback question.
Okay.
Caleb Williams, Sam Darnold, or, I think JJ is the best on the scrap heap if I had to go that route.
So Caleb Williams or Sam Darnold for you. Yeah, I think I'm going to say I would use Sam Darnold against the Colts today. I just don't like the conditions. I think Ben's probably going to lean into the run game pretty heavily. Something I didn't mention, but the Browns, since they've lost their best defensive run stuffer, Malik Collins on the defensive line, they've been a defense that hasn't been nearly as good as they were previously. So with him out, I think get ready for, and especially with the weather, get ready for a heavy dose of lots of running, which will not be the best recipe for Caleb Williams when it comes to throwing the football. Now, I think, like I said, I think it sets up well for the Bears to win the football game, but fantasy-wise, I really don't want to use Caleb Williams or DJ Moore or even Rome Odunze if he's active today. If you can avoid it, I'd try not to use pass catchers in this game on both sides of the football. Let's go on out to Huntley and say hello to Doug. Doug. What's up, bud?
What's going on? Hey, so kind of the same thing. I'm worried about the cold. I got Lamar versus Dak. Just deciding who to start, and I just don't know if the conditions warrant me. I was going to go Lamar because of the upside, but I just don't know. And then on the same boat, if I go Lamar, do I go with Mark Andrews or I have Tyler Warren in a full-point PPR?
So full-point PPR, I definitely want to use Warren over Andrews. Andrews just needs the touchdown. It's hard to bet on that. And then I would use, you know what? Even though I feel better about where Lamar's been as of late, I'm not using Dak. Dak has been excellent. I would use Dak Prescott over Lamar Jackson today.
We're coming up in the 2-minute warning.
This is the 2-minute warning.
And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning.
All right, Fast and Furious here. Quick reminder, if you want to hit me up, if you didn't have a chance to jump on into the phone lines, you can always hit me up on the socials at Jeff_Meller. That's Meller. Last caller, Lou in Elk Grove. Lou, my man, wrap us up. You got about 30 seconds. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Jeff. I got one flex for full-point PPR. Got DeAndre Swift, Kenneth Gainwell, Zay Flowers, or Pittman.
And how many did you need, Lou?
Just one for flex, full point.
All right, he needed just one full PPR. He's got Swift, Flowers, Pittman, or Gainwell. Of those options in the PPR format, I would use Flowers. Swift would be a close second. All right, that does it for me, folks. Thanks for listening. Good luck in your playoff matchup today. Hopefully you advance, and we'll be talking again next week. And if you don't worry. I'll be here. And if you just want me to be here to be your therapist after a tough loss, I'll be here as well next week. I'll also be back later, 2 hours after the Bears game wraps up, with your post-game show. I'll be hanging out with Jason McKee and Pat the Designer, hopefully talking about the Bears' 10th win of the season over the Browns. Up next, Bleck and Abdalla with your Pregame Tailgate right here on your home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
That does it for the Fantasy Football Show today, presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. But don't miss more of Jeff Meller later today on the Bears Postgame Show, 2 hours after the Bears game ends. And next week, when the Fantasy Football Show returns every Sunday at 7 a.m. on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa, Iavone. Your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4million.
Hey, it's Cap. Looking for the perfect gift this holiday season? I've got it. Taste of Chicago. They ship Lou Malnati's legendary deep dish pizzas nationwide. Hot, cheesy, and straight from Chicago. Perfect for family, friends, or anyone who loves great food. Want to take it up a notch? Add on Portillo's Italian beef, Garrett popcorn, or other Windy City favorites. Or send a Taste of Chicago gift subscription and keep the good vibes going all year long. Visit tastesofchicago.com and ship Chicago's best.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
Summer along Chicago's lakefront is unmatched. But winter is when this city shows its true face. Wind carving through the skyline. Air sharp enough to etch stone. Call it what it is, bear weather. And on a day like this, Soldier Field becomes more than a stadium. It becomes a proving ground. The Browns are not who their record says they are. In some views, there is hope, and a bright future has begun. Shedeur Sanders, son of Dionne, a young quarterback carrying both Hollywood flair and blue-collar toughness.
Don't call me what you want. Wanna hate, have a nice time. While catch me in the end zone, high step in prime time.
Their defense is led by Myles Garrett. He is one of one, a Jurassic-era predator built for days like this, hunting quarterbacks as if wired for it. The director of destruction for Cleveland, chasing an historic moment.
I can see for miles and miles.
And today, he's chasing Caleb Williams. Caleb, the escape artist, with frost in his veins, an artful dodger of dread, turning danger into opportunity. He is the Iceman, and winter suits him. But today, poise will be tested, protection will be tested, resolve will be tested.
I don't think you're ready for the takedown.
Because the stakes are no longer subtle. It's simple. Mute Myles, silence Shedeur. Let the Iceman carve his own script. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Week 15. Bears and Browns on the frigid lakefront and on the Chicago Bears radio network.
That's the voice of Jeff Joniak. You'll hear him on ESPN Chicago starting at noon with Tom Thayer. The call of today's action live from Soldier Field. It's Bleck and Abdalla, the pregame tailgate, brought to you by Bradley University right here on ESPN 1000. We got you covered for the next 2 hours, and then we'll hand it off to Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne. Inside Gate O, outside at Soldier Field. And today is a day, it could be one of the coldest Bears games on record today. Projected temperature around 10 degrees at about noon with a wind chill of minus 20. And clearly, I think it's heating up a little. In the last couple hours, we now are sitting at 3 degrees.
3?
So it is shaping up for that. And then also, the Bears heading into this contest, 9-4. They host the Cleveland Browns at 3-10. But as you and I have discussed on our show, all week long, Bleck and Abdalla uninterrupted 2 to 3 weekdays on ESPN Chicago. The Browns, even though they are 3-10, they are a dangerous 3-10. And before we break down the actual game, there are 2 pieces of news to get to this morning. One from yesterday, Rome Odunze is questionable going into the contest, but Jeremy Fowler from ESPN reported yesterday that the Bears are optimistic that Rome Odunze will play today. The Bears also placed Kyler Gordon on IR yesterday. And then the other piece of news came out this morning. Adam Schefter, about 30 minutes ago, and the Bears also announced this to the media, that the Bears have added Tyson Bagent to the injury report. He is questionable for today with a illness. So if Bagent can't go, Case Keenum will be the backup to Caleb Williams today. And hopefully that's not in play. But then again, as we start to break down the game, Myles Garrett is on the other side for the Cleveland defense.
Yeah. Did Bagent wake up and went, nah, bro, not today.
No.
Yeah.
Tyson Bagent is a tough dude. So that he was probably a part of the group that's trying to rally without sleeves.
He's warming
today.
up without the shirt off.
Yeah, right.
How many of these guys are going to be out there warming up, doing the intimidation factor, warming up without a shirt off? Because you always get a couple players that try to do that. Let's not do any of that. Let's not anybody lose a nipple today. Let's not have any fans, any of you fans listening today. Let's not, if the Bears are up a couple touchdowns, let's not feel too giggly and let's take our shirts off in the stands, try to get on TV. Let's not do that. It's cold out there. If you're going out to today's game, salute to you. You're a better man than I am. You're a better person than I am. I'm not going to be caught dead in this today. I do not envy Silvy, Waddle, Dionne, the entire ESPN Chicago crew that's going to be supporting them out there.
Remember,
all of our
outside.
teammates. Yeah, outside. They're inside Gate O, but they're outside.
It's outside.
It's outside, yeah.
We were joking with Carmen and Yurko during the week, and Yurko tried to paint a picture like the pregame show is from inside the even though it's inside the gates.
Yeah.
You're outside where the Dr. Pepper patio is, and it's an awesome time. Go stop by and say hello. But I hope they stay warm this morning.
They'll be, listen, they've got, I heard Silvy talking about how much he spent on Amazon in warming gear. I think he's a walking robot on this at this point.
Perfect.
With warming gear heading to the stadium.
Perfect.
I think he's just going to be plugged in to the to one of the cords there into the wall at Soldier Field. He's just going to have his own little box there, his own little generator plugged in just for himself with all the electronics he's going to have plugged into himself. Phrasing for myself.
Yes. Can we talk about the game now, or do you want to still talk about Silvy plugging things in?
Listen, man, that's what you gotta stay warm out there.
Hayden didn't appreciate that. He didn't like that. He didn't like the way that you're going there.
You gotta stay warm, man. Whatever you can do. Just don't bring cardboard into the Soldier Field because the Bears are very anti-cardboard for some reason this week.
You can maybe walk up to the restaurants inside the stadium and see if they've got anything left over.
I don't understand this policy, but whatever.
All right, so
we got a game.
Stay warm. I would say we can discuss this as the day goes. I've had a chance over my lifetime to partake in many of these cold weather games. Let's say, first of all, you got to stay ahead of the chains.
You cannot get behind big to the cold. There is no coming back in those situations.
Yeah.
Like, you got to make sure your hands and your feet are warm from the jump. And the longer you can kind of delay your hands and your feet getting cold, the better chance you have as the day goes.
Mm-hmm.
Layers are great. I always went with like the running gear, running tights and running shirts and all that stuff, base layer. If you can do that, and wear multiple pairs of pants. We're early enough. It's 8 o'clock, 8:08, and, people are starting the tailgates now.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure many people are still gathering things to get ready. You can't go wrong with having too much. Like, if you have to take off an extra pair of gloves and stuff them in your pocket, or an extra hat or something, like, just deal with that in that moment, because, like, I wasn't kidding. The moment you start to get cold, the only way you're going to warm up today is by being at home.
Yeah.
And that takes some time to, like, thaw out. So, really, and usually we joke about, like, you really have to plan for this.
I've heard that the hacks are plastics and latex, is what I've heard. That the
plastic pants?
No. So, like, on your feet, you cover your feet with plastic bags.
Plastic bags, I've heard
and then
that,
put them into the
I've
shoes.
never done that.
And then you wear latex gloves and then put them inside your gloves.
Okay.
Because that traps the heat,
Yeah.
and then you put them inside your gloves.
Yeah, that's a good
and
idea.
As I'm doing this motion onto the camera, yeah. So that's what you do.
Well, the other thing is they sell all those hand warmers.
Yeah.
Take one and throw one in the very bottom of your boot.
Yes.
Like down by the toes.
Yeah.
On each boot.
Mhm.
And then, hold one in each hand the entire time, and then have others that you can then go to, because they usually last a couple hours.
I thought about
and then you
making
can
like an
swap them
entire
out.
pair of pants out of those before. And then just like jumping up and down to activate them.
Yeah.
And then just making an entire just suit out of those.
Out of the warmers,
Out
the
of the
hand warmers.
Yeah, but I don't think you've got enough time to do that right now.
So, I mean, it's going to be cold today. That's just it. It is what it is. And for those who are in the game, like, I think that's where specifically, as we kind of preview this game, I think the Bears' best chance to control the game is definitely through the run game.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen that now for about the last month, is that their best chance to win these games is run the football well, play action off of it. And I think that's your best chance against Myles Garrett and kind of trying to keep this really good Cleveland defense at bay.
Well, yeah, especially because there's going to be 12 to 13 mile an hour winds. Like, it's not super windy, but when it's that cold, that football's basically just a brick out there that you're trying to throw around. And this Browns defense is the number one passing defense in the NFL. If you look at the game last week against the Titans, Cam Ward didn't have a great game, but they were able to run the football for 250 yards or so. So I would say that, yes, you can run the football. This Browns defense is 14th against the run. So, and a lot of Kyle Monangai. I know DeAndre Swift and him, they've been kind of splitting the carries.
Yeah.
Sometimes Kyle Monangai gets a majority, but it's not like a huge majority. It's like 3 or 4 more carries per game. So it's not like, he's getting 10 more carries or 12 more carries a game. It's basically they're splitting them pretty evenly. I would say today's a day where you're going to give the guy that can, bowl a few guys over and push through the pile in Kyle Monangai a majority of the carries, because he's been more of the power guy that can push guys over. And I've really liked what I've seen from Kyle Monangai the past few weeks. He's been really, he broke a dude's helmet last week in Green Bay. So
Yeah.
I think that if the offensive line can push around these guys and keep Caleb Williams away from Myles Garrett, that's what you want to do. If you can run away from him, if you're using play action, if you're rolling him out, whichever direction you need to keep him away from Myles Garrett, that's what you do. Use play action. Use a bunch of tight ends to protect him. That's what you do. I don't want Myles Garrett to be setting a sack record. I don't care if you win the game by 3 touchdowns. I still don't want him to sack Caleb Williams 3 times. That doesn't, if win the game and don't let him celebrate. Those are the 2 goals today. We've seen that Caleb Williams has been able to escape these multiple sack games, and he's cut his sacks down by more than half. He's only got 20 so far, and that's great. You've been able to go from 68 down to what we thought would be, if you cut those in half this year, we would have been ecstatic. And he's been able to do that and then some. And his interceptions are great too. He's not, forcing the ball in there, and not to a detriment either. We thought last year he was a little too hesitant. He's not doing that this year either. Obviously, last game he threw the back-breaking interception, cost them the game at the end. But I think he's playing really well. He's evading sacks. He's getting the ball out when he needs to and not, forcing it when he has to. So I think you just run the football, control the clock, and get out of there with a win.
Well, and that's what you hope, right? Unfortunately, we're all Bears fans, and we've watched this team. And they've played against lesser opponents this season, and they didn't do that. Mm-hmm. They don't score early. They're playing from behind, and it's a slog of a game.
Yeah.
And based on how good this Cleveland defense is, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. And that's where you flip it to the other side. Who was the last quarterback who was inexperienced, could kind of run a little, rookie that came into Soldier Field? Jackson Dart. How did that game go? They were in the game until Jackson Dart was knocked out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Caleb and the offense came back in the fourth, and they were able to win, and that was great. But there were a lot of people that week after the Bears beat the Giants who kept saying, yeah, but if Jackson Dart plays that entire game, it's not Russell Wilson at the end, the Giants win that game. That, to me, is the concern, is that Shedeur Sanders can move it a little, right? Like, he threw for a lot of yards last week, got touchdowns. They're moving the football on offense. This Bears defense is susceptible at the back end. So you can be God. And this year in defensive yards per play, Chicago, 30th, right? So, this is a situation where I'm guessing Cleveland is going to be able to score some points. I don't think they're good offensively, but this Bears defense isn't necessarily good. They get big plays, they get turnovers, they give up a lot of yardage. And if the Bears offense struggles and they're going 3 and out to start, and then Shedeur's out there going on longer drives, eating up yardage, the Bears defense gets tired, I could see a situation where this is a very difficult game for the Bears, even though the record suggests otherwise, and the point spread is a 7-point spread.
Yeah, so far in 3 starts, Shedeur's thrown for 5 touchdowns, 722 yards. He's only thrown 2 picks, 6 sacks. He's got a 58% completion percentage. So he's played pretty well. And, the Titans' defense isn't great.
No.
But he threw for, 350 yards. He ran for about 25, 30 yards. So he's playing pretty well. He's playing and it's the Titans, but they haven't quit. They won the game. It was a back-and-forth game. The Titans ended up winning the game. It went to, so I think that Shedeur's playing really well. They're going to take shots down the field. Jalen Johnson is back, but he's not playing to the caliber of player that we've seen Jalen Johnson can be, whether he's not in complete football shape, whether he's struggling to get back to his, playing a complete game, whatever we've seen Dennis Allen this week say he's not there yet, right? And so I think they're going to test the secondary, like you said, whether it's shots downfield, whatever it is, they're going to test this defense. And being mobile, whatever it is, they're going to be able to move the football. And you limit that by having your offense run the football. I think they need to find a way to get to Shedeur. You saw Montez Sweat get a sack early last week against Jordan Love, and that was it. They got one early, and that was it. This team is, and look, it's December 14th. We're still talking about it. They can't get to the quarterback. They've struggled all year. They can't get to quarterbacks that can run. They can't get to quarterbacks that are statues back there. They can't get to quarterbacks whatsoever. And until you find a way to do that, these quarterbacks that are mobile, that can get the ball out fast, are going to be able to pick you apart. Whether it's Jackson Dart, whether it's Shedeur Sanders, who are rookies, whether it's whoever it is, these guys are going to find ways to get the ball down the field, and Shedeur's going to find ways to do that. They've been able to move the ball. We saw it last week against the Titans. I would anticipate that he's able to do it again. I still believe the Bears are going to win this game. I think they're going to be able to do it by kind of the same way we saw them beat the Eagles. The Browns aren't the Eagles. They're obviously a very inferior opponent. I think the Bears can win this game doing that same style of game plan where they're just pushing dudes around and running the football.
Week 15 in the NFL, the Bears host the Browns. Noon kickoff. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago. Coming up next, we're going to talk about what Ben Johnson said this week to the media. The Bears desperately need a win. We'll talk about it next.
Chicago Bears pregame.
The Bears return to the lakefront for a battle with the Cleveland Browns.
The Chicago!
Put aside their record because the Browns pose many challenges for Ben Johnson and the team. This is your place to hear the game. Join me, Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee for the play-by-play today at noon. Plus, we've got 4 hours of pregame prep and 4 hours of postgame breakdown as well. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Bears and Browns today at noon. Let's pound the dogs. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
The holidays are a time for joy and generosity, and there is no better way to make a difference than by supporting Special Olympics Illinois. Your gift helps athletes all across our state discover confidence, build friendships, and experience the thrill of competition. These athletes inspire us every day with their determination and their spirit, and your support helps keep their dreams moving forward. This season, choose a gift that truly matters. Visit SOILL.org and give the gift of inclusion, opportunity, and hope for every athlete.
Getting health insurance that fits your budget isn't easy.
At Get Covered Illinois, we are here to help.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
A place where health insurers compete for your business. A website where you can compare multiple health plans and pricing in one place.
And where you can connect to financial help and free in-person assistance.
Because you deserve insurance. GetCoveredIllinois.gov. We're here to help.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It's getting cold out there, and if you spent last winter thinking it was time for new windows, good news. You waited for the perfect moment. Right now, Window Nation's end-of-year sale is going on. Get 50% off plus 0% interest for 5 years. These windows stop cold drafts, seal out moisture, and help lower your energy bills. Installed in just 1 day, backed by a lifetime warranty and an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. Don't miss out. Visit windownation.com today.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Gear up for this festive time of year with incredible digital deals through the Jewel Osco For You app. Save big on everything from premium produce and salty snacks to tasty beverages and more. Download the app today and get set to score more savings.
This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. And the countdown to kickoff is on. This is Pregame Tailgate with Chris Bleck and Adam Abdalla, brought to you by Bradley University.
That's right, brought to you by Bradley University. 4 hours before kick. We'll walk you up to coverage at 10 o'clock of the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne. Inside Gato, if you're going to the game, when you walk up to the stadium from the south entrance, and you walk into Gato, right before you get to the seating bowl, to go up those stairs, there's a Dr. Pepper patio right there. You can't miss it. Can't miss it. Today would be the perfect day to offer Silvy a beer bong. I think that's absolutely something that he would enjoy today.
If you're today's the day you're gonna have all the layers on, and you're gonna be able to get in.
Don't tell people to smuggle things in.
The app. Well, what? The tube.
They don't
the beer
appreciate
bong.
Those at Soldier Field do not appreciate you suggesting that people are smuggling something in.
I'm not telling you to smuggle anything in. It's
you're
keeping you warm.
You're going to say someone should crotch it.
The rubber is keeping you
warm. Put it in the crotch, right? Wrap it around the leg.
The funnel is keeping parts of you warm. This is all stuff to keep you warm.
Right.
And then you give it to Silvy, and the beer will keep him warm. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's Bears-Browns at noon. Week 15, and earlier in the week, Ben Johnson talked, and he was asked about mentioning that earlier in the season, he talked about this team, the Bears, getting to 11 wins. This is what Ben Johnson had to say to that.
We have goals, and we know what's out in front of us, and so it's just that awareness that every game matters. Every game matters, and that's where this week, you go from an emotional rivalry game like we just played. This week is equally important. We need this win. We desperately need this win.
We need this win. We desperately need this win. That's from Ben Johnson during the week. Now, the Bears enter the final 4 games of the season. We have the Browns today, Green Bay next week, Saturday night game. Then we have a Sunday night game at San Francisco, and then the final date against the Lions at home. 4 games left, Abdalla.
Mm-hmm.
How many games do the Bears need to win in the final 4 to make the playoffs?
At least 2. Because I would say you need to win 11. You need to win at least 1 to make the game against the Lions matter. Because if you lose today, I think it's going to be pretty tough to beat the Packers and the 49ers. We already saw the game against the Packers. You had to come from behind once again, and game-winning drive on the line, last-second throw. Caleb, obviously, we saw what happened. You're already a 3.5-point underdog on Saturday night, assuming everything plays out the way people think it's going to play out. You're a 7.5-point home favorite today. The Packers, right now, I believe they're a point favorite on the road today in Denver, 1.5 favorite. So assuming they win and you win, the Packers are going to come in here as a 3.5-point road favorite. So that's going to be a tough game. Going on the road to San Francisco is going to be a tough game. And then you're going to have the Lions at home. So you have to get to 11 wins. That game against the Lions is more than likely going to be for a playoff spot. If you don't beat the Browns today, getting 2 more wins is going to be extremely tough. You have to win 2 out of the next 4 somehow. The easiest one is today. That's the easiest one left on the schedule. And then you got to find 1 more somehow. If you want to try to win the division next week against the Packers, if you want to go for a wild card spot, if you lose that game against the Packers, not the end of the world. Again, you can still find your way into the wild card by either beating the 49ers or beating the Lions at the end of the season.
Well, they're trying for that. It's a competition, so there is no there's no picky choosy. You're phrasing it as if they're choosing.
I'm not saying that. I'm just
they're
saying
trying to win every game.
I understand that. I'm just saying that next week is not the end of the world. If you win today and lose next week, it's not the end of the world.
You're not winning the division if you lose next week.
I understand that.
In my opinion, if you go 2-2 over the next 4, you have a chance at the wild card.
Yeah.
It has to break your way, but you have a chance at the wild card.
Yeah.
If you go 3 of 4, you have a chance to still win the division. And I think that's where you can look at all of the different scenarios. We don't need to run through Detroit's schedule or Green Bay's schedule or San Francisco's schedule. The Bears can land anywhere from out of the playoffs altogether to the 2nd seed in the NFC. I think right now, the way we look at it with the Final 4, it's probably unlikely that they can catch Los Angeles at number 1.
Yeah.
Now, if you win all 4, you got a chance, right? If you finish the season 13-4, you got a chance.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that that's probably the one thing that's out of the options right now. I think 2-2 is realistic. I think pie in the sky is 3-4 in the next 4 games. But you have to beat Green Bay next week if you think you can win the division. If you don't win the game next week, you're not winning the division.
No. Next week is definitely for the division.
You go 2-2, you finish the season 11-6.
Yeah.
If you go 3-4, you're gonna be a 12-5 ball club, right?
Yeah.
So I think the one thing the problem with projecting this, and Bears fans go into the game if you want to join us, 312-332-3776. When you look at that situation, I would guess that most people agree with us that 2-2 is the most likely scenario. You get today's game, and then you need just one of the next 3.
Mm-hmm.
And you go 2-2, and you find your way as a wild card, either the 6th or the 7th seed. I think that's the most likely. I feel like we would be pumping up our own tires too much to suggest it's going to be anything more than the 2 wins. Because I think getting to 2 wins is going to be pretty challenging. Today, and as we started the show, today, record-wise, should be a game that's no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, this is a 3-10 team that hasn't given up yet.
Yeah.
Who has a rookie quarterback playing, so that means they are trying everything they can to develop. And who knows if he's long-term or if it's going to be Dylan Gabriel or if they go back to Deshaun Watson next season. It doesn't matter. When you have a young quarterback who was just drafted, you put everything behind that player to see if you can develop something and get a star, right? That's what they're doing offensively. And then defensively, one of the best defenses in the league. I think they're 3rd in defensive yards per play this year.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned the passing numbers on defense. They have Myles Garrett. They hit. This is a very tough 3-10 team.
Well, yeah. And then also you've got the Packers who you've already lost to. Going on the road to face the 49ers is tough. And then even if, let's say, the Lions are very banged up, they've got a lot of injuries. They're a pretty heavy underdog today in the going to LA and facing the Rams. Let's say the bottom falls out.
Yeah.
The Brian Branch injury, they can't come back from that. You don't think that they're going to do everything that they can after putting 52 points and making it a point to say that, yeah, we had a chip on our shoulder that Ben Johnson left, that they don't want to do everything in their power to make sure that the Bears don't make the playoffs in Ben Johnson's first year?
Oh, no doubt. And also, even
if they're eliminated?
Factor in just the script writing that goes into the storylines behind Ben Johnson's first season coming down to a game against Detroit.
Of course.
To make the playoffs.
Of course.
That would be amazing to witness. Hopefully, it doesn't come down to that because the Bears have taken care of business in the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And they've already punched a ticket.
Yeah.
That would be nice, if that game was just for seeding. Or if the Bears had an opportunity to kick the Lions out of the playoffs. A chesty team. No, seriously, have you ever seen a fan base talk more trash and never accomplish anything in their entire fandom than the Detroit Lions fans?
Well, they put up 52 points on the Bears.
Okay,
so.
in a game in week 2, NFL season, no doubt. I'll give them the respect this season. I'm just saying, for a team in the last 3 years that has walked around the NFL as if they own the place, your team has never won anything ever.
Yeah.
Ever. Mm-hmm. Ever. You had one playoff team in 93, 94 with Barry Sanders? That's it. You've never done anything worth a damn in the NFL. So, how cool would that be if Soldier Field was rocking, you had a chance to knock the Lions out of the playoffs? We go to Ray in Evanston. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ray?
Hey, good morning, boys.
What's going on, man?
Hey, so really quick, before I get in and talk about this last 4 games. On Friday's show, you guys have the one caller. I forget his name, something from the north side. I think it was your 3rd caller on Friday.
Eddie?
If it was me, if you go back, he sounded just like Jesse Rogers, maybe 2 drinks in.
To be honest, it's not the first time someone has said to us that That Eddie on the north side sounds like Jesse Rogers.
It's all I can hear now when he goes, "Hey boys,
hey there, buddy, hey boys."
But like 2 drinks in.
Yes, yeah, right. Good call. Good call.
Also, I hope you thought more about last week when I said how many quarterbacks realistically you'd be okay with. But on this note, I think it's crazy, right? Like, I'm still super happy where we're at this year. The Bears have to win today because, you know what, the next 3 games, whether you're going for the division or you're going for the playoffs, everybody either has something to play for or in worst case, Detroit, that last game, if they're out of it, you know they want to spoil the Bears' chance. And the nutty thing about this season is I do feel very confident that an 11-win team in the NFC is going to miss the playoffs, and that is a gut punch.
Yeah.
That's a successful season, and there is going to be an 11-win team, whether it's the Niners or the Bears or someone, it's going to miss the playoffs, and I think that's insane. But I'll keep it short this week, man. I love you guys. I'll listen in. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate your phone call. Yeah, I mean, when you look at the conference right now, heading into today's game, so heading into last week, right, the Bears are the first team in the conference, first in the NFC North. Today, after losing to Green Bay, the Bears are second in the NFC North, 7th in the NFC. Green Bay popped up to 2, and the Rams lead the conference at 10-3. You know, you look at where the Bears are at 7 at 9-4. San Francisco is 6th at 9-4. Detroit is 8th at 8-5. The Buccaneers are 7-7 as 9th. Like, everyone's jumbled. And between Detroit, Chicago, San Francisco, one of those teams is not going to make it because Seattle and the Rams are already to 10 wins each. So I think both of those teams are locked in. One's going to win the division. The other team's going to be a wild card. So that only leaves 2 other wild card spots, and that's you got 3 teams fighting, Detroit, Chicago, and San Francisco. It's Bleck and Abdalla. If you want to join us, you can call us at 312-332-3776. It's the Pregame Tailgate brought to you by Bradley University.
The new home of the Bears.
Hi, this is Dave Musil, owner of 4 Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. When emergencies happen, who do you call? Broken pipe, power outage, furnace failure, no hot water? The answer is always the same. Call 4 Seasons. We guarantee same-day service and installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. That's why over 30,000 customers have given us a 5-star Google review.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons. When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. The end of the year is coming fast, and so are your insurance benefits. So use those dollars to actually take care of yourself. Go visit my friends at Cairo One Wellness Centers. I've been going to Cairo One for a couple of months now, and I'm telling you, I feel better. Cairo One offers personalized chiropractic care that gets you pain-free with no drug and no surgery. If you've already hit your deductible or have health benefits remaining, check out CairoOne.com. 50 locations across Chicagoland. That's CairoOne.com.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments, including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form, and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy. hims.com/joy.
Bradley University is a proud partner of Pregame Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla. Now here are your hosts Adam Abdalla and Chris Bleck on ESPN Chicago.
It's going to be cold out there, Abdalla. Are you okay? Are you all right? What happened? You have a little extra cream in your coffee? What's the deal there?
I actually have no cream in my coffee today.
Black. It's Bleck and Abdalla hanging out with you. It's the pregame tailgate.
But still iced.
So I went iced coffee as well. Maybe we're psychotic.
No, I think it's listen, you see everything on Instagram or TikTok or whatever. I guess it's just a Midwestern thing.
Do we see things on TikTok?
Yeah, we saw some things on TikTok today, boy. Wow. Did we see some things on TikTok today?
Man, if only.
Yeah. So
what did you see on it? What were you going to say?
That like Midwesterners are the only, specifically Chicago. I think it's only Chicago people.
Okay.
That no matter the temperature, iced coffee.
That's how I operate. Here's the reason, right? If that's not an option, like I have nothing against a warm cup of coffee. And especially like the aroma and smelling the coffee being brewed. It's a beautiful thing. It's the best thing of the day.
Yeah.
There's nothing better than a cup of coffee.
Yes.
I just prefer to drink it. Like I don't want to I'm impatient.
Yeah.
And I don't like burning my tongue in my mouth.
Yeah.
And so I don't really enjoy hot beverages of any kind. I don't drink teas.
Yeah.
I don't drink like hot anything. And so that's why I strictly drink iced coffee is I just enjoy drinking a cold beverage. But I do know to like for most coffee obsessive lovers, like to get a good cup of coffee, it's got to be warm.
Well,
I get it.
It depends on to me it's location based, so it depends on where I'm getting it from, but also to like sit here for 2 hours doing the show, like the coffee's going to be lukewarm after the first like 2 segments. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the ice in my iced coffee will stay even on like a day that's not 1 degree out. The ice will be in this coffee till like kickoff.
Exactly.
Because like I also nurse my coffee. Like this puppy will take like I get a grande.
Oh, large.
But like it takes me a couple hours to drink the entire thing. Like I like taking my time with the coffee.
See, but like when I come in here in the morning, I will get hot coffee because I'll just drink it fast.
That's fair.
But I know I'm going to drink it fast and not nurse it until for 4 hours like you do. Bless you.
Thank you. I turned off my mic though.
I know you did.
I tried to do it in the most professional way.
I was in the middle of a thought, so I just thought I'd just let it breathe. No. I had nothing else.
You could have been a teammate.
That was the end of the coffee conversation.
But you were just done.
No.
And so you just
I'm
watched
go back to what I was watching on. I'm
sneeze.
going to go back to what we were watching on TikTok.
I mean, isn't that the most amazing thing?
I was just going to let you go. No, I was going to give you proper etiquette and say bless you after you sneeze.
60-day returns, no questions asked.
No questions asked. You're going to get this before Christmas.
Jay in Homewood, you're on ESPN 1000.
I'm going to start telling people about this.
What's up, Jay?
Hey, guys. You hear callers call in over the last couple of weeks. We talk about DJ Moore. What should the Bears do with DJ Moore? And there's this conversation about notwithstanding how the Bears finish, maybe they should part ways with DJ Moore. And I said, that's interesting. let's look across let's go a little further north and look at Justin Jefferson. If we were to poll 10 people or 100 people, I think 90% of them would say Justin Jefferson is a top 2 or 3 receiver, perhaps number 1. Look at his production this year. I think he's got less than 3 touchdowns in 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
Average yards per game, 62. What I'm saying is quarterbacks, and some of this is common sense, but the efficiency and effectiveness of a receiver depends so much on a quarterback. Caleb Williams is doing some great things. He's improving. But you all know this. He's had to deal with, he meaning DJ Moore, he's had to deal with average quarterbacks for the last 3 to 4 years. And it's impacted his production. When he came from Carolina, he was easily one of the top 7 or 8 receivers.
Ooh.
He still has the skill level. It's just that when you're dealing with young quarterbacks, learning the system, et cetera, it impacts their play. Justin Jefferson is a clear example of it. I mean, he's a top 2 receiver. Look at him now. There's talk about him perhaps wanting out of Minnesota. The good thing is I can say about DJ Moore, he's a team player. He's all in. Sometimes we see him express his displeasure like most prominent receivers. And so I just hope we put this conversation to rest. DJ Moore is a very good receiver. As Caleb Williams develops, DJ Moore and the coach Ramaduzzi, they'll be a part of the success. But I just think Justin Jefferson is a very good example of that. I love your show, guys. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jay. I do think, though, the offense kind of struggles at times to figure out how to use DJ Moore. Like, I know what Jay's saying. I don't know if DJ was ever a top 10 wide receiver, though, in the league. I mean, he's had some good games. He had a great season with Carolina the 2 years before the Bears traded for him. He's not a top 10 wide receiver. He gets paid like it. I think Ben Johnson struggles to use him because he doesn't quite fit what Ben Johnson's looking for outside of he does run block. So I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah.
He busts his ass as a run blocking wide receiver, but I think they were hoping he would kind of step into that Amon-Ra St. Brown role.
Yeah.
And it's not quite there. And they use him kind of like the way the 49ers used to use Deebo Samuel.
And look, DJ Moore is no Justin Jefferson. And I think that we all saw this year that Rome Odunze would take over that role as number 1 wide receiver. And for the last few games, he's been hurt. And it's been reported by Jeremy Fowler that he's going to give it a go today, and he should be able to play. And look, the Browns defense dictates that it might not be the best game for Caleb Williams and the wide receivers today, and that's fine as long as you win the game. But I think that when it comes to DJ Moore and this team specifically, the writing is on the wall that you drafted Rome Odunze, but even more so, this past year, you drafted Luther Burden.
Yeah.
And the way Luther Burden's getting the ball and the way that Caleb Williams looks to Rome Odunze, there just doesn't seem to be a place for a guy like DJ Moore that's making that much money. There just isn't. And if they choose to...
and also the production they bring.
Exactly.
That's the point.
And if he's still on this team, then fine. Be productive. Be great. That's whatever. If they can find a role for him, that's fine. But handing the ball off to DJ Moore in the backfield, to me, is not a good use of his talent and his money.
All right, tell me if I'm wrong about this. Rome Odunze fits into the Amon-Ra St. Brown spot, and Luther Burden fits into the Jamison Williams spot.
Yeah.
In this offense.
Yeah.
With Ben Johnson's running.
Sure. Yeah.
Because, I'm not saying Luther Burden is Jamison Williams.
No.
But he's twitchy like that.
Yeah.
And when he gets the ball in the open field, he gets yardage.
Yes.
And he makes guys miss.
He's part of the explosive plays.
And that's what Jamison Williams is.
Yes.
He is unbelievable when he gets the ball in step and has a beat on a defender. You're not taking him down with one defender.
No.
You need multiple guys to get there because he's so twitchy, he's so quick, he's so fast. And that, to me, is what Luther Burden is. Luther Burden's going to develop into that.
I just think there's a few guys on this team that might not be around next year, and I think that DJ might be one of them. And I don't think it has nothing to do with his demeanor or anything like that. I just don't think he fits. He just doesn't have a big enough role on this offense.
It's Bleck and Abdalla, brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
ESPN Chicago.
Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
This holiday season, don't let aches and injuries keep you on the bench. Illinois Bone and Joint Institute helps you move better so you can live better. From state-of-the-art imaging to convenient rehab locations. And with 14 Ortho Access immediate care facilities, you can get same-day orthopedic treatment close to home. Score the care you deserve. Visit ibji.com for locations and services. And keep moving this season. Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed. With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Here comes Bleck and Abdalla. Pregame Tailgate, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Bradley University.
Shay.
To the different character things. Listen, thank you that I got here, so.
It's Bleck and Abdalla here on the pregame tailgate, hanging out with you until 10 o'clock, and we'll hand it off to Waddle, Silvy, Dionne, Inside Gato, broadcasting live outside today. God bless them. I hope they are prepared. And I know that they knew it going in. But, yes, again, stay ahead of the chains. If you get cold early, it's not good. You're not coming back if you get cold early, especially with your hands and your feet. And that goes for everyone going to the game.
Yeah.
For all those tailgating right now, you're nuts. I love it, but you're nuts.
Salute to you.
I love it.
Salute to you.
Get an extra brat, hot dog, burger, whatever you're doing. Enjoy the day.
Encased meat.
Hey, I'll give credit to this. It may be cold, but the sun's out today. That's nice. There's nothing wrong with that on the lakefront.
What is wrong with
Just
you?
mentally go
What is wrong with you?
Go to where you're at in like July. The sun's out on the lakefront. Boom. What a day.
The problem is if I start doing that and I start playing golf in my head, I'll fall asleep.
What a day.
I do that, like you said, I do that to fall asleep.
Yes. There's nothing wrong. Not a little cold can hurt us. And Ben Johnson on Friday pointed out the Bears have been practicing all week in the cold weather. It is bear weather. Come on, fans. Show up today.
Nothing prepares you for this.
Let's go.
Nothing prepares you for this.
We go to Russ in Palos Heights. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Russ?
Thanks for having me, guys. Here's my take. Caleb is a vertical passer primarily. He is not a timing passer. He doesn't throw slants. He doesn't throw hooks. He doesn't throw timing passes where the ball is thrown before the player turns and is receiving the pass. DJ Moore is being lost in the shuffle, but then again, no other one of the receivers is seeing that kind of pass either. That says Caleb can't yet do that. Will he be able to do that? Maybe. But right now he can't, and that's part of the reason why DJ's not that successful.
Yeah, and I would say this, Russ. Thanks for the call. I would disagree that Caleb does throw timing routes and he does throw curls. It's just the Bears are with their offensive philosophy and what Ben Johnson wants to do. Mm-hmm. He wants Caleb to hunt big plays, and he wants him to push the football 20 yards down the field. And like that takes time. And there have been many situations where he has thrown the football, released the football before a wide receiver has even broke their route. Like that does happen.
Yeah.
The stuff that he's not having Caleb do is the check down city quick stuff at the line of scrimmage. And that is why there is a massive difference in the completion percentage of someone like Caleb Williams and looking to another young quarterback like Jaden Daniels, is that Jaden Daniels has been asked to get the football out of his hand as quickly as possible. Mm-hmm. And that's also what Sean Payton's doing with Bo Nix.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of really smart football people have written about this and talked about this season. What Ben Johnson is asking Caleb Williams to do as a quarterback is different than what some of the other young quarterbacks are being asked to do.
Well,
and hopefully, like it has been a struggle at times this year. Hopefully, when we get to the playoffs, hopefully when we get to next season, that instead of talking about Caleb like being a top half quarterback, like it'd be great if it all starts to click and now we're talking about Caleb being a top 10 quarterback, because like that's the jump that's going to take place if we stay patient with this process.
And I think you can improve your accuracy, right? Like look at the quarterback that they just faced. Jordan Love improved his accuracy.
Yes.
Josh Allen improved his accuracy. You have to start. No one is saying that Caleb isn't at fault for not making those easy throws. He has to make those. There are throws within the offense that Ben Johnson is asking him to make that he is just flat out not making. And Ben Johnson has acknowledged it when he said it. We're winning in spite of the passing offense. And then he had to come back and say, well, listen, we're happy with what Caleb is doing, and that's not what wasn't a shot at Caleb Williams, but he's not wrong. They're winning because of their running game. They're winning because of play action. They're winning because in a lot of these games, they're having to come from behind. They've had 5 come from behind wins. Last week, it bit them in the ass. You can't come from behind and win every single game like they have. And against a really good defense like the Packers, it got to them. And you can't live like that week in and week out. In some of these games, it'd be nice to put your feet up and just say, guess what? Like the Cowboys game, we're just, and I would say that today, you're a 7.5 point favorite for a reason. Today would be nice for those of us at home, in the warmth of our home, to be able to put our feet up and just enjoy a comfortable Bears win. That would be nice.
I think if they do that, if they win by, what would be comfortable for you?
It would be nice to
go three
it,
scores.
It would be nice to go into the fourth quarter up 14 points.
Okay, and then they hold on and they win that by 14.
By 14 to 17
tonight. Will you take a lap with your shirt off outside?
What's a lap?
Around the block.
The whole block? It's slippery out there.
Just one. No, it's not. One block.
You don't know my block. A lot of people don't shovel on my block, and I am not happy about it.
Well, I mean that's how you know you have a.
I am not. There's one at the corner.
Crappy neighbor.
There's one at the corner that I am not happy with.
Well, that's why you got to get the snow early, because if you let it sit there, it's just going to freeze and turn into ice.
He's gotten a lot of dirty looks from people.
Of course.
I'm telling you that.
It's a jerk move.
It is a jerk move, especially because it's at the corner, so you know it goes into the street, too.
Oh, yeah.
The worst. No,
yeah,
I'm not
going
to do that. I'm not taking a shirtless lap.
Why not?
No.
If they win comfortably today, so your feet can be up in the second half, I think you owe us a lap.
I'm not doing a lap.
312-332-3776. It's the pregame tailgate, brought to you by Bradley University.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, a Zazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
The music you love, the party you wait for all year. Get ready for Country Thunder Wisconsin 2026. See superstar headliners like Riley Green, Keith Urban, the Red Clay Strays, and Gavin Adcock. Plus, Shabuzi, Nate Smith, Ian Munzik, Gretchen Wilson, and so many more. Country Thunder, Wisconsin, July 16th through the 19th in Twin Lakes. Give a one-of-a-kind music experience to someone special this holiday season at countrythunder.com.
Too much on your list this season? Get 50% off your first 6 months of payroll at gusto.com/radio. Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. So you can go from making payroll to making gingerbread houses, checking your books to decking the halls, spreadsheets to snow angels. Switch before the end of the year and there's no need to transfer payroll history. Now that's a reason to be merry. Choose a future with Gusto and get more time for what matters. For a limited time, get 50% off your first 6 months at gusto.com/radio.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Counting down to kickoff on the home of the Bears. This is Pregame Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla, presented by our friends at Bradley University. Now here are your hosts, Adam Abdalla and Chris Bleck.
Week 15 in the NFL. The Chicago Bears host the Cleveland Browns today on the lakefront. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago. In an hour, we will hand it off to the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy Dionne inside Gato, broadcasting live outside this morning, inside the walls of the stadium, but where they broadcast from, the Dr. Pepper patio, they are outside in the elements. And it is a warm 4 degrees now outside. So this is, it's warming up, Abdalla. We saw from on the news on ABC7, projected temps around 10 at kickoff, a wind chill of -20. And they are out there in the elements for the pregame show. So stop on by, say hello, help the crew stay warm on this beautiful,
toss them a hand
sunny Sunday.
Yeah.
In week 15 of the NFL. as the Bears and the Browns face off. Joniak and Thayer will have the call of today's action. Jason McKee will be on the sidelines trying to stay warm as well throughout the game. I think he told us chicken broth. They have that on the sideline, so he's going to try and get some of that during the game. And then
he might need to sneak in for a play just to stay warm.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So
now reporting eligible. it's just McKee.
Yeah, it's
He's
McKee
got the microphone
in the backfield. I'd love to see him out there blocking, cracking helmets. That would be great. So listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago today. And as always, for every Bears game, we have 4 hours of post-game coverage. Yurko and Peggy with the first two, and then the two following that will be Jeff, Pat, and McKee. And 4 hours of post-game coverage breaking down Bears and Browns. The Bears are 9-4. Cleveland, they are 3-10. The Bears enter this game second in the NFC North, 7th in the conference, with an opportunity today to get to 10 wins. In the final 4 games of the season, how many can they get? And can they make the playoffs? They've gotten to the point where this is now a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let it just go away. Win some games here down the stretch. Let's get to the playoffs. And it starts today against the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, if they win today, their percentage to make the playoffs goes up to 70%. With a loss, it goes down to 40%. And that's because winning against the Packers, the 49ers, finding 2 wins against them and the Lions would be pretty tough. Winning 2 out of the next 3 after today would be pretty tough. This is the easiest game left on the schedule. You're a 7.5-point home favorite. You have to win this game. It's not the definition of a must-win. It doesn't put the E next to your name in the standings. It doesn't eliminate you. It doesn't do anything like that. But it makes it extremely difficult. Can we say, can it put like extremely difficult next to your name? Can we do that?
Well, if you get a win, it's extremely difficult to miss.
No, if you lose, it makes it extremely difficult to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because you'd have to win 2 out of the next 3 against teams
it's gonna be tough.
that would be ahead of you in the standings. I mean, the Lions might not be ahead of you in the standings depending on what they do against the Rams, but the 49ers are ahead of you. The Packers are obviously ahead of you in the standings. So it would be very tough to get 2 out of the next 3. If you win today, it somehow shakes out. If you get to 11 wins, the coaching staff has said it, a lot of people have said it, 11 wins more than likely gets you a spot in the playoffs. Getting to 9 wins this season after having 5 wins last year is already an accomplishment in my eyes. I predicted them to get to 9 wins. If whatever shakes out, they got to the playoffs, I was like, fine, whatever. Getting to 10 wins today is great. Now you want more, obviously. You want to get to 11. You want a chance to make the playoffs. You want a chance to compete in the tournament. That's what everybody wants. It starts today against the Browns. You have a great chance here as a huge favorite at home. You haven't been this much of a favorite in a few years here at home at any place, on the road, at home. It doesn't matter. The Bears have not been this big of a favorite in a very long time. It's different. This is a different team. You have a chance now to prove that this is the next step. When you become a good team, you should beat a 3-win team pretty handily.
Okay, a couple of things before we go to the phone calls at 312-332-3776. A couple of news items that you need to know heading into this game. From yesterday, Jeremy Fowler from ESPN said that the Bears are optimistic that Rome Odunze will play today. He was listed on Friday as questionable heading into the weekend, so we will see him pregame. During the inactives, when Silvy tells the audience, probably at about, it's usually like 10:35, 10:45 is when they will talk about it on the pregame show, so they will have the inactives then. But Jeremy Fowler reporting that the Bears are optimistic that Rome Odunze will play today. Kyler Gordon didn't practice all week. He was listed as out heading into the game. He was placed on IR yesterday. So he will be out for the final 4 games, and we'll see if he can make his way back for the playoffs, if the Bears can get to the playoffs, and what seed they are, right? Like, they would buy themselves an additional week if they're not playing wild card weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's likely that they can climb all the way to the number 1 spot, but it is something to keep your eyes on here in the final 4 weeks. If the Bears can go on a roll here, whether or not Kyler Gordon could be ready for the playoffs. Travis Homer is also out today. So those are the two who are out, Kyler Gordon and Travis Homer. Everyone else is healthy on the roster except for Rome Odunze, and he is questionable. And we will find out heading into game time whether or not he'll be ready to go. So this is essentially the healthiest we've seen this Bears team in months. There is a piece of news from this morning. An hour ago, Adam Schefter put out there that the Bears added Tyson Bagent to the injury report. He is questionable for today's game with an illness. So if he can't go today, Case Keenum will be the backup. And God forbid if we have to go to a situation because Myles Garrett is on the other side.
Yeah.
And Caleb has to come out of today's game because he's getting hit around by Myles Garrett. So Bagent may not play today. So we'll keep our eyes on Bagent, and we'll keep our eyes on Rome Odunze heading into the inactives, and they will have that on the pregame show a little bit later on this morning. It's Bleck and Abdalla, pregame tailgate with you, brought to you by Bradley University. Bless you.
I coughed. It wasn't but thank you.
We go to Kevin in Manuka. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Kevin?
Hey guys. Good morning. And man, how about this heat wave?
Yeah, I mean it's a crisp 4 out right now. It's nice.
Oh man. Well, I'll tell you the reason why I wanted to call is it's really exciting to have a team that is not even performing to their capability and still winning and being in playoff talks. And it's exciting to know that regardless of what happens, we have confidence in a coach that can make the right adjustments, so it's going to even be a better year next year. So it's just, I like the trajectory we're on, and I do think they're going to win, and I think they will make the playoffs. So hopefully they have a little magic left in them for a long playoff run. But before I let you run, my son will kill me if I don't say, my son, 11-year-old son wants to say hi if you can.
Yeah, go ahead. What's his name?
His name's Van.
Van.
Hi.
What's up, man? How are you?
Nothing really.
You think the Bears are going to win today?
Who are they going against?
Cleveland.
He's a Bills fan.
Oh, the Bills. So are the Bills going to win today? That's a big game.
Win today?
Big game.
I know nothing about anything, but I think the Bills might. Not the Bills. The Bears will probably win.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Good call, man.
Thanks, guys.
No problem. Thanks, Kevin. Hey, he sounds like me. I know nothing about anything. That's been my motto my entire life.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
I love that. We go to Dan in Texas listening on the ESPN Chicago app. What's up, Dan?
Dan?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Dan,
wonderful,
you there?
man.
Go ahead, Dan.
Bear down, guys. Hey, I was just wondering if you think they're going to lean more on Monangai just because it's cold and it's breaking more helmets the way he did last week.
Yeah, and I think that's what, Adam has kind of – you laid this out like 40 minutes ago that you think it's a Monangai game. Mm-hmm. And I don't disagree with you. I mean, I think it's been for weeks now that I think he's the better back.
So
I like that he's a straight line runner and that he is tough to take down. Today's going to be one of those days where you're right. If you can enforce your will early, you might get a team that's 3-10 later in the game start to say, let's pack this in. Why are we out here? Like, it's going to be so cold. We saw the Bears offensive line and Monangai in the fourth quarter against Green Bay just pound away at that defensive line. Like, today seems like the perfect setup for that.
So the last game was the Vikings game that the Bears won 19-17. That was the last game that DeAndre Swift had a majority of the carries. Yeah. So since then, the Steelers game, the Eagles game, and the Packers game, Kyle Monangai has had the majority of the carries. Now, the Steelers game, that was a big discrepancy. But the Eagles game and the Packers game, they were pretty even. So I would say today is more of a just the way the cold is, the way Kyle Monangai can barrel over guys and just, push guys over. I think that he's more of the power running back. He's just kind of proven that, and he also gets better as the game goes along.
Yes, he does.
I think that you just kind of rely on him. And I'm not taking anything away from DeAndre Swift. He's been really good this year. He's been great this year. Use them both. I have no problem with it. I just think today is the day that you give Kyle Monangai a majority of the carries, whether that's 6 or 7 more. I'm not saying give him 20 more carries, but but just give him a few more carries.
No, I would like to see 20 or more carries for Monangai.
That's fine.
I mean, he has established already in his rookie season as one of the toughest running backs to get down.
Absolutely. He's great. I love him. I think he's an extremely valuable running back, too, considered where they pick him.
Yes.
That's where they found what you're supposed to find in running backs. You waited till the 7th round to pick him. He's been perfect for where you picked him, and that's where you find those type of guys. Even if you would have picked him earlier, if you would have found that type of guy in the 5th or 6th round, that's exactly where you want to find those value type of players.
I like to remind the audience and myself that the reason the Bears were in the situation they were in the last offseason was primarily based on decisions that Ryan Poles has made.
Mm-hmm.
With that said, what he has done with the offensive line and with Monangai, you got to give him all the credit in the world.
Yeah.
Right? Like, as you mentioned, where they drafted Monangai and the production they've gotten out of him is exactly what you should do with the running back position. And the revamp of the offensive line has been perfect.
Yeah.
It has been great to this point this season. So I like to always say, the reason the Bears were in the spot that they were in was because of decisions made by Ryan Poles to put them in a situation last offseason where they're hiring another new head coach and all this stuff. But he did correct the offensive line. And the offensive line, especially the interior, Jackson, Dahlman, Tooney, they have been awesome this year. They've been great.
Yeah.
And his draft pick, right, has been fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're seeing Trapillo fit in there, another draft pick. So for all of the pointing out that Poles has put this team in a spot where they have not won in his duration as GM, this offensive line is completely revamped, and they're mauling dudes. And it is fun to watch this offense play.
Les Snead he was an okay GM until Sean McVay got there.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
You can get better when you get help.
But it's not like he went out and got better players for this offensive line this past offseason.
He absolutely did.
Like, the offensive line is better because they have better talent.
He absolutely did, but I don't take away the impact that when you have a guy like Ben Johnson helping you pick the players.
We go to Will in the Fulton Market. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Will?
Hey, what's going on? I don't know what the spread is, but I would be very, very impressed if the Bears took care of business and won by 10-plus points, because weather is the great equalizer. Remember the 49ers coming off a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Came into Soldier Field week 1 in that monsoon and we beat them.
Yep.
Weather, it's so unpredictable, and I would be so impressed with Ben Johnson and his preparation with the team if we took care of business today.
Thank you, Will. I will say this, even though there's a wind chill of minus 20 projected throughout the game, and there could be 10-mile-per-hour winds, besides the cold, there is no weather you really have to worry about. Now, we'll see around kickoff, and we'll see the reports from the reporters.
Yeah.
The only person I've seen post any video on the field so far is Cassie Carlson from Fox 32 at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't tell in her video on the field if the goalpost flags are whipping.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you get in the stadium, even if there's a
windy,
sometimes it's not there.
Yeah.
So if it's just cold, I don't think it really affects the game.
I think
to be honest.
I think Ben Johnson told the starters to sleep with their windows open last night, and that'll get them acclimated to the cold.
Do you see the picture that's out there from Adam Schefter right now of Mac Hollins, the wide receiver for the Patriots, walking into their stadium?
No. What does it look like? What does he got?
He's not wearing a shirt, and he's not wearing shoes or socks.
Oh, doesn't he do that always? Doesn't he always not wear shoes and socks?
He's one of these people that, like, his feet are just calloused, so he doesn't wear shoes.
Isn't that a thing? Isn't that his thing? I feel like that's his thing.
Like, he looks like he's
let me see this.
He's like in an action film, and he just walked out of like a car wreck.
That is his thing. That's his thing. He's a no shoes guy
because he thinks it's beneficial.
I think so.
Because he likes attention, one. And two, he says he likes to feel the vibration of the earth.
Yeah, well, you got to touch grass. Or in his situation, parking lot. You got to touch the parking lot.
Is he one of these guys that wears the toe shoes too?
Are you looking at the picture of him right now?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw the video of him walking in. Yeah.
Like it shouldn't be a surprise. He's a professional athlete that he's ripped.
Yeah, of course
but
he
like,
is.
doesn't he look like he kind of walking into the stadium looks like Schwarzenegger in the original Terminator when like before he knows that he's supposed to be wearing clothes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he's just walking around naked.
I'm not impressed by the players in these games. I'm never impressed by the players in these games. I'm constantly
just a standard blanket statement. You're not impressed by athletes.
Not impressed by the players because they're running around.
Let me break some news to you. I guarantee they're not impressed with you either.
No, that's fine. I don't care.
They are not impressed.
I'm like the fact that the coaches and everybody else are out in these elements. Like the fact that like it was Vrabel like 2 weeks ago was just out there in like a vest.
Yeah.
And like he had a sweatshirt and a vest on and it was like 5 degrees outside for a Patriots game. And I'm like, dude, what are you? I know
That's
you're
psychotic.
I know you played, but that was like decades ago. Like, what are you doing, dude? Put on a jacket.
Well, it's mind over matter, man.
No.
That's what it is.
It's cold. It's cold.
Yeah, but
put a jacket on.
To a certain point.
You put a hat on.
It's only going to be
put on a hat.
As cold as you're willing to allow it to be.
Put a hat on. What's wrong with a winter cap?
Maybe he's not a hat guy.
Dude.
Some people aren't hat guys.
Your ears get cold.
Just like some people are visor guys. There's like.
Do you think
you have to make that decision.
That today's the day that Ben Johnson goes with more than a sweatshirt?
Yeah, he'll have a jacket on.
You think so?
Yeah.
Or do you think he goes, no, not changing up the vibes?
No, he'll have the sweatshirt, but there will be a jacket. He'll have the jacket on.
Over the sweatshirt?
Yeah. Yeah.
You sure about that?
On. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it would be great just for the sake of joking around. Like if he was the first NFL coach to coach a game shirtless.
No. He's not going to do that.
Like, that would be hilarious.
He's not going to do that. Because he could have, like, heated stuff on underneath and still go with the sweatshirt.
They've got professional equipment. They've got everything.
I understand that. It's just wild, man. It's cold out
We'll continue with your phone calls at 312-332-3776. It's a pregame tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla, brought to you by Bradley University.
Chicago Bears pregame.
Apt, your number one destination for the holidays, has all your last-minute gifts in one place. From speakers to jewelry, find just what you need for everyone on your list. No time to shop? An Apt gift card is the perfect solution. In a hurry? Order online at apt.com and get free same-day delivery on thousands of products. Or stop by for curbside pickup, and they'll bring your items right to you. For free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at apt.com. Pleasing people since 1936.
Getting health insurance that fits your budget isn't easy.
At Get Covered Illinois, we are here to help.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
A place where health insurers compete for your business. A website where you can compare multiple health plans and pricing in one place.
And where you can connect to financial help and free in-person assistance.
Because you deserve insurance. GetCoveredIllinois.gov. We're here to help.
You wouldn't hire an electrician to read a radio ad.
Service Construction of Illinois. I think this wire's bad.
You wouldn't hire the deck pro either.
Service Construction of Illinois. Now, I would layer that with a few coats to make it smooth.
You see, I, a professional announcer, can barely change a light bulb, but I can tell you with a soothing voice that Service Construction of Illinois has the craftsmen, contractors, and specialists to do it all. Whether it's a small job or complete renovation, start at serviceconstruction.net.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Add a luxurious look to your home this holiday season with help from Menards. MS International has a great selection of tile to update your home. Beautiful and durable ceramic and porcelain tile adds timeless elegance and style to any floor or wall. 12 by 12 Terra tile is only 99 cents each, now through December 24th. Stop in today and check out all our flooring options, and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Listen for Danny Acker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute, airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers. This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. And the countdown to kickoff is on. This is Pregame Tailgate with Chris Bleck and Adam Abdalla, brought to you by Bradley University.
All right, so we're single-digit temps here in Chicago, so let's warm up a little. We go to Blake in Phoenix, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. What's up, Blake?
Hey, guys. Morning. With the Heisman taking place last night with Mendoza, I just wanted to ask you guys, one, I think it's awesome. I kind of forget Caleb was a Heisman-winning quarterback sometimes, but where do you guys think he ranks in the last couple quarterbacks to win the Heisman?
Mendoza does? Where he ranks?
No, where do you think? Where do you think Caleb ranks? Yeah, in the last couple of QBs to win the Heisman.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And thanks for the call, Blake. Stay warm. Single digits here, so stay warm out there in Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm praying for you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Caleb Williams compared to other Heisman Trophy quarterbacks. Recent conversation. I would say on Friday. On the part of the show that was on the stream only, we were talking about Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
And I mentioned to you, did I overhype what I saw from Baker last season? And really, he's not as good as, maybe I thought he was. Because in the last 5 games, he's thrown, 10 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. He's taken a bunch of sacks. He had 5 sacks on Thursday night against the Falcons. A couple of them really bad sacks that put the Bucs behind. I think Caleb has the talent to be better than Baker Mayfield. I think he's better now than Kyler Murray.
Yes.
Jaden Daniels, I think most people, in the unbiased opinion, would still say is a better player than Caleb, but I don't trust him to stay healthy. So, that's the thing with Jaden Daniels. We both knew that going into the NFL, that Jaden Daniels was going to struggle to stay healthy.
Yeah.
So, I would rather have Caleb Williams, but I think on the field production, Jaden Daniels has been more productive.
I think there's only, his body's not going to hold up from what it seems like, but he's playing better and has played better than Caleb. Caleb's better than Bryce Young.
Yeah, I would take.
I think
Caleb
there's
Bryce
only
Young.
2 guys right now that I think that I would take before Caleb, and it's Burrow and it's Lamar. I don't think I would take Kyler.
No, I wouldn't. I would go Caleb over Kyler. I think right now with Baker Mayfield, it's a toss-up.
Yeah.
Baker won the Heisman in 2017. I think talent-wise, Caleb is going to pass Baker at some point. Right now, Baker's the better player.
Yeah. And I'm not going back further than
you're right.
Mariota and
2016, you go Lamar Jackson. You get to 14, it's Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
2013, it's Jameis Winston. 2012, it's Johnny Manziel. 2011, Robert Griffin.
Come on.
All of those players are out of the league.
Yeah.
And Griffin, Manziel, Jameis, Mariota, all essentially did nothing. I know that Jameis is still kicking around and he could throw for a lot of yards. He didn't do anything.
Yeah.
He didn't live up to being the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback that got to the next level.
No,
so
but
you're right. It's Lamar
Burrow
Jackson and it's Joe Burrow.
And maybe Baker.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Because I agree with you. I would rather have Caleb over Bryce Young. I think the longevity would tilt towards Caleb over Jaden Daniels.
Yes.
And Kyler Murray, absolutely, I would take Caleb over.
Yeah, for sure. Because we don't know what Kyler Murray's going to end. Like, look, Kyler Murray could be one of these guys that goes to another destination, completely changes everything. He could be. Or he could be done.
I think he would look pretty nice, and it would suck for Bears fans, but I think he would make a lot of sense for Minnesota.
Yeah, he would.
I think that's one of those situations. If he found himself to Minnesota,
go be a Steeler.
You're right. Like
go
I
to
think
Pittsburgh.
I think that would be a combination. All right. Mentally, we are tough here in this city. It is cold mentally. But let's talk to Scott in California. I'm sure it's a little frigid there as well. What's up, Scott?
Uh-huh.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yes, I'm actually calling you from Lodi, which is an hour south of Sacramento. We got 85 wineries here, so you guys should do your wine tasting here.
Oh, yeah.
5 wineries.
Beautiful.
85.
No, 85.
And
that's what I said.
Yeah,
85.
Oh, I thought you said 5.
No, I said 85.
Scott, what's the temp right now out there?
40 degrees.
All right, chilly.
And we haven't seen the sun in over a week. So,
let's protect the grapes, okay? Let's keep them. Let's keep the frost off.
There you go. Hey, so speaking of the Bay Area, is anybody coming out to San Francisco for the Niner game from Chicago, from ESPN?
You know, I don't think we have anyone from the radio station going out. Courtney will certainly be there to cover the game, and then obviously our broadcast crew. So Joniak there, McKee, they will be there. But I don't think anyone else will be heading out there. Not that I know of.
I kind of thought the date was bad, but anyway. Hey, so getting to the game, Cleveland, I was telling the screener, we did have 2 very bad losses not that long ago. We had the Field Sackathon, and then we had the Flacco George Blanda comeback that was so brutal.
Yeah.
So plenty of incentive there. I would like Ben Johnson to do me a favor, because I know you guys have seen this as many times as me. When they get a good play on first down and they're 2nd and 1 or they're 2nd and 2, I know the temptation is that we've got a free play on 2nd down and we throw 20, 30-yard passes, and then we have trouble making that 1 or 2 yards on 3rd and 4th down.
Sure.
I would just let's just get the first downs. We're going to get 3 more plays. And I see I know more than Ben Johnson, but anyway, it just kind of drives me crazy. And, and just like Yurko said, Caleb's tendency to slide too early, when he can easily get that extra yard and get the first down. And then now you got to get in that same mode again of trying it 2 more times. And then I'll finish on that. Well, actually, I'm thinking 16-13 Bears. And then I do think that Poles should do the same thing that John Lynch did in the draft last year and use his first 5 picks for defensive guys.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, absolutely. Scott, great call. We'll talk to you soon, all right?
All right, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I would imagine this offseason, the entire concept for the Bears will be they need to get someone who can get after the quarterback.
Yeah.
It's been brutal.
Mm-hmm. It has been. And I think that's where they'll look in the draft. I don't know if you're going to be spending any more money on that position just because you have the most expensive defensive line in the NFL right now.
I'll tell you right now. I will commit to this today. No draft
December
prep,
14th?
nothing.
Okay.
If you give me a 1st and a 2nd round draft selection and they're both defensive rushers of the passer, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, fine with me. Sign me up.
If you go 1st round, what would it have to be? 28th? 29th pick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 28th, 29th pick.
All right.
Yeah. That's a conference championship game.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. With that pick, and then at the end of the 2nd round, if you just go pass rusher, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah, 28, 29.
Okay.
Lewis and Lyle, you're on ESPN 1000. Hello, Lewis.
Hey, good morning. So, hey, I've been hearing you guys talk about this cold. Let's all remember one thing. Ben Johnson took his shirt off inside. But
did he really?
Come again?
He took his shirt off inside?
I'm just saying, don't be a hero. It is way too cold for people to go shirtless.
Yes, it is. It's too cold.
It blows my
I
mind
agree.
that people are doing it.
I agree, Lewis. That was for some. Come on.
All right. Well, regarding this game, Waddle and Silvy actually pointed something out, and it's given me some extra confidence. I was already confident, but the Browns are the definition of a one-half team. In every game, even the games they've been blown out in, they keep it close till the first half. Then the wheels just fall off. We are the definition of a second-half team. We're the definition of a second-half team. Like, we'll stay with someone, like maybe they'll pull slightly ahead, and then we just kick it into high gear and just put our boots to people. I think that's how the expression goes. With that in mind,
I don't know if I'm going to look that up. Put your boots to people. If that's the expression, I'm going to keep going.
I'm definitely butchering it. It's not the first time I've butchered a phrase on the radio. I'm just excited to see what happens here. And look, the running game absolutely travels well. It's probably not going to be a passing game. I hope Rome doesn't play too much because this hard surface is probably not great for a stress fracture. Hopefully we don't really need him too much. I'm just really excited, but I'm really excited to see this. And this is honestly, with this cold, the first game that I'm happy I'm not at a game.
Yeah, me too. So, Lewis, to put the boots to someone is British slang, meaning to criticize someone harshly or to be cruel to them, especially when they're already in a bad situation. So there you go.
Huh.
All right.
Well, it's a real phrase. I used it wrong. I'll take that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Lewis.
Enjoy. Bear down.
There is Lewis and Lau. I during the week when Lewis called, and Silvy, halfway through the call, she goes, "Get to your point."
All right.
Get
to your point.
I could not stop laughing at that. You're telling us your whole life story. That was so great. It was absolutely hysterical.
It was very funny.
It's Bleck and Abdalla, the pregame tailgate.
The new home of the Bears.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, and I want to guarantee you a breakdown-free winter. Did you know that a dirty furnace costs more to operate and can lead to higher utility bills and untimely breakdowns? Now is the time to schedule your Four Seasons furnace tune-up and save $50. A Four Seasons furnace tune-up includes a 35-point inspection, complete cleaning, and we calibrate every component of your furnace. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Hey, usual haircut? Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill. Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim.
For real?
You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7.
How did I not know about this?
Because y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
When the lunch hour hits, fuel up like you mean it with Lunch at the Lodge at your local Twin Peaks. Dig into hearty, crave-worthy classics that hit the spot fast, like their juicy cheeseburger and fries, grilled fresh to order and stacked high. Go lighter but loaded with flavor with a fresh chicken Caesar salad or the fan-favorite turkey avocado smash. Really hungry? The crispy golden chicken tenders and fries are ready when you are. Quick from the kitchen, satisfying on the plate. It's Lunch at the Lodge. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey, Jan from Toyota here, reminding you Toyota-thon is on. Make your holiday wishes come true with a new Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. All right, let's sing it together this time. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is
Dealer
on.
inventory may vary. Toyota-thon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
Bradley University is a proud partner of Pregame Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla. Now here are your hosts Adam Abdalla and Chris Bleck on ESPN Chicago.
Bleck and Abdalla hanging out with you, getting ready for Bears football. 9-4, taking on the Cleveland Browns, 3-10. Bears are a 7-point favorite heading into today's matchup. Live from Soldier Field. Listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago. We will hand it off to the pregame show, the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne coming up at 10 o'clock. And then we will have 4 hours of postgame coverage right here on ESPN Chicago today. Carl in Antioch, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Carl?
Hey, guys. Happy Sunday. I'm sorry I missed you yesterday. I was right on hold when you got cut off. I think that was door number 1.
Friday.
Yeah, it's all good.
All good. We'll talk to you now. What's up, man?
All right. So real quick. So I got a little parlay I want to run by you. I got 30-1 on this parlay. It looks pretty good. I want your expert opinion.
Okay, 30-1 on a parlay.
30-1.
Okay. All right.
All right. So I got Caleb under 29.5 passing attempts.
Okay.
Caleb over 10 rushing yards. DeAndre Swift over 50 rushing yards. The total point total is under 34.5. Under 21.5 Bears total points. Judkins over 60 rushing yards. Under 20.5 first half total points. And then Browns plus 8.5. And I got the final score 17-16 Browns.
Oh, you got the Browns winning today.
Because the Browns with Shadur Sanders are a different team. You got to think of this as if we're playing the Browns with Shadur in Week 4. And if they beat Tennessee and they have take their heads out of their butt for that last play where they had Shadur on the sideline, this could be a 2-1 team we're playing in Week 4. And it's cold weather. They're a great defensive team. They're no stranger to the cold. This is going to be a lot closer. And I think the way they beat up the Packers offense, they're capable of getting really ticked off, and they could shut anyone down at any time. And I just, I'm playing the odds here.
Carl, you've called the show a few times. I'm not sure. Are you a conspiracy theorist? Because Abdalla is, and he thinks that there was a conspiracy theory with Cleveland last week that they pulled Shadur off the field to tank. What do you think of that?
I think that's very possible. I think in this day and age, if you're going to be a smart GM, you have to do what you have to do to help the team. Just like the Bears should have lost against the Packers Week 18 last year and benched every single good player because if Caleb Williams got rolled up like Joe Theismann and broke his leg and was out for his career like a Derrick Rose, we lose everything. If Donald Wright pulls his shoulder and is out, everyone's bitching and complaining. Why was he in the game? It was a meaningless game. And we won a meaningless game against a double-A minor league baseball football franchise so we could bragging rights and win a case of beer against our friend from Wisconsin, and we hurt our chances, and we should have Trevion Henderson and Armand Membu if we would have just lost the game instead of putting our best players at risk to injury, career-ending injuries. And we won a meaningless game by a field goal in the final seconds. Let's like the Cubs bragging that our professionals beat the Cardinals single-A team 12-11 in extra innings. There was nothing to brag about. They were benching their players, preparing for the playoffs, and we won a meaningless game against their second and third stringers like it was the Hall of Fame game, and we're all jumping for joy. And we hurt our draft status, hurt our team, hurt our future. Screw Ryan Poles. I hope he gets fired and gets buried in the snow.
Oh, all right, Carl. Your favorite conspiracy theory? Go.
We're actually living on Mars right now.
Thank you, Carl. We're actually living on Mars right now. Yes, that's what we were thinking while he was talking. Yes, that's it.
What I'm thinking all the time. That guy. My God.
We go to Randy in Seattle. Hello, Randy.
Follow that one up, Randy.
Good morning, boys. You know, it would have been a lot easier to follow Lewis and Lyle than the Mars conspiracy theory, because all I got to say about it's a matter of mixed metaphors. You know, I just really hope that the Bears have all their ducks pulling on the same end of the rope today.
Yeah.
Just about mixed metaphors. Only thing I'm going to say is I think the game is going to come down to really turnovers. I don't think it's going to be, especially because it's projected to be a low-scoring game in the cold like that. Not going to be a lot of points, and if you're not going to be scoring a lot of points, you're going to need to protect the ball at least and make them work for every point they get.
Sure. I agree with you, Randy. Thanks for the phone call. We'll talk to you soon. You got to take care of the football, especially if for some way Myles Garrett gets a sack or two. Don't turn it over. Don't loop-de-loo 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Just take the sack. Move on to the next play. Just duck and get down. Hold on to the football.
Throw the ball away. Throw it away.
Bleck and Abdalla hanging out with you. Pregame tailgate. We go from Seattle to the farthest possible destination in the continental 48. We go to Orlando.
Oh.
Chris, you're on ESPN Chicago.
What's up, Chris? How you guys doing today?
Yeah, we go from Seattle to Florida. What's up, Chris?
A couple things. That guy Carl was crazy, by the way. Let's not talk to him again.
Come on.
Hold on 1 second, Chris. Hold on 1 second, right? Stay with us. Hold on. Carl, did you hear that? Chris in Orlando just called you crazy.
Yes, I'm listening. I heard that, and I completely disagree. I think Elon Musk is an alien, and he drugged us all 100 years ago. We are on Venus.
Okay, all right.
Venus now.
Chris, there you go. Carl is still there.
That guy's a riot. That guy's a riot. I love it. Hey, what I wanted to say is that Caleb seems to be missing the easy stuff, easy fixes, and I think that when he gets into freak mode, he just goes, and that's his sweet spot. That's that's the player. He needs to calm down, just hit the easy shots that are down the field. He's putting too much pressure on himself, it looks like. There's that part. And then secondly, we can't lose again because I can't go another week without hearing good, better, best. That sets my whole week up.
Yeah, that's what we need, right? A little good, better, best to get everyone fired up.
Yeah, set up for the next week.
Thanks,
you, guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Chris. Have a great day. Carl, your thoughts?
I like what he's saying. The only problem is that he did not mention that Janet Jackson.
Okay. Yep.
ESPN Chicago.
At Elmhurst University, we give you the tools to soar. Whether you're undecided on your future, exploring a new path, or looking to level up your career, here you'll find support, skills, and opportunities as limitless as you are. Go beyond with a community of care and support. Do more with knowledge that's timeless. It all starts at Elmhurst. Go far, do well. Start today at elmhurst.edu.
The holidays are here, and so is the best deal of the season. Get Astound Gig Wi-Fi for just $40 a month forever. No, seriously, $40. Your price forever. No hikes, no hidden fees, just super fast Wi-Fi that keeps up with everything you stream, shop, and share this season. And right now, you'll even get a $200 gift card. It's our biggest holiday deal, and it won't last long. Lock in your forever price today at astound.com. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
The holidays are a time for joy and generosity, and there is no better way to make a difference than by supporting Special Olympics Illinois. Your gift helps athletes all across our state discover confidence, build friendships, and experience the thrill of competition. These athletes inspire us every day with their determination and their spirit, and your support helps keep their dreams moving forward. This season, choose a gift that truly matters. Visit SOILL.org and give the gift of inclusion, opportunity, and hope for every athlete.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Aki. The holidays are here and I have the perfect gift for the golfers in your life. A membership to Golf on Any Tee or GOAT. A one-time annual fee gets you unlimited golf at 20 premium courses in Chicagoland with no greens fees and no cart fees. GOAT members also get access to a network of 200 other golfers and member-exclusive events. And right now only, save $400 when you use code ESPN. This Christmas, give a GOAT membership as a gift or get it for yourself. Don't wait. Download the GOAT app today.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Here comes the Bleck and Abdalla. Pregame Tailgate, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Bradley University.
Thank you to Aiden O'Connor and to Han Lamata for producing today's show. Bleck and Abdalla, Pregame Tailgate, brought to you by Bradley University. We will return tomorrow, Bleck and Abdalla, 2 to 3, uninterrupted on ESPN 1000, breaking down Bears and Browns. As we get set for this matchup, we are 10 minutes away from the pregame show, the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy Dionne, inside Gate O. Stop on by, say hello if you're going to the game. If you're entering the south end zone, you cannot miss them. They're at the Dr. Pepper patio, outside in the elements, trying to stay warm, broadcasting live from outside today. Shout out to them. That's incredible. It is cold out. No matter, even if you have heaters or the heated gloves and all that stuff, it's cold. So shout out to the pregame show and everyone working the pregame show, our promotion staff out there. I think Jack McGrath is out there with the crew today. So shout out to everyone with the crew. And I also want to take a second to report all systems go for Charlie Bevins. Because I know Charlie was on the air on Friday giving his full detailed plan on proposing to Lexi. She said yes. So if you were listening to Waddle and Silvy on Friday, Chardog, way to go, buddy.
Shout out. He didn't drop the ring in the lake.
I know. I was worried. I was going to text him yesterday like, hey, man, don't get close to the water. And I know it's probably iced over right now, but don't get close because you never know what could happen in those situations.
Like, we saw him yesterday, and I was like, man, why? I'm surprised you didn't just, like, abort the situation and just go, hey,
it's too cold.
Let's do this somewhere else.
He had a plan in place.
And he was like, we already hired the photographer.
He had a plan in place. It had to be done.
Good for him.
So
congratulations to them.
Shout out to Charlie. And I'm only saying it because he's the one that divulged all the information on air throughout the week.
Yeah.
Which you and I were listening on Friday driving back from Schaumburg, and that's crazy.
Yeah.
The fact that he gave all of the information, where they're going to be, when it's happening, is to trust the great people of the city of Chicago without anyone saying anything to her is wild. That was quite the risk.
It's wild. And shout out to everybody that came out to Miller's Ale House in Schaumburg. That was a time.
That was a great time.
It was a great time.
Shout out to Yingling. We had an awesome time. We had a lot of people there. It was a great time.
It was fun. Enjoyed some Flight by Yingling.
The food was really good.
Delicious.
Miller's Ale House. We had a fantastic time. So here we go. We'll try and get a couple more calls in before we hand it off to the network pregame show. Let's go to John in Shorewood. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, John?
What's up, boys? I just wanted to weigh in on a couple of the conspiracy theories because they're awesome and I love it.
Wait, okay. We're talking Bears football, though. Okay, John, quickly.
Bears football, Kyle guy goes for 102 touchdowns today.
Love it.
It's a lock. All right? That's my lock of the day.
Lock it in.
And then the second one is that the American government pays doctors to treat symptoms, not problems.
Okay.
Like, they don't ever tell you, like, why you have high blood pressure, but here's a pill to knock down your blood pressure instead of diet and exercise. And the second one is that they're poisoning us with our food, with all the lead, GMOs, and all kinds of other stuff like that they allow to put, like, arsenics and whatever that they allow in our food.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes.
I just ate a whole mess of McDonald's, so.
Yeah, you look great.
Thanks.
You look like you're in playing shape.
Yeah, not today. I ain't playing anything today.
Darren in Haywood, Iowa. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Darren?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
No problem.
Okay,
man.
I think the Cleveland Browns will get beat by 10 or more points today.
Okay.
But today is a big football game. Day for football for the Chicago Bears because I think the Denver Broncos beat the Packers today, and I would not be surprised if the Lions go out to L.A. and win. We could either be the number 2 seed, the number 1 seed, or stay at number 7 yet today until we play the Packers next week. How do you like that?
Yeah, and that's a good point. Today's matchups, not only for Green Bay at Denver, Detroit is on the road at the Los Angeles Rams, and both of those games are at 3:25. So when the Bears game is over today, you have something to watch that will directly impact the Bears' chances, and hopefully
big games
in that 3 o'clock witching hour window. Hopefully, the Bears walk away with a win.
Mm-hmm.
So then now you can set your sights on, hey, Denver, be the best team in the AFC.
Yeah,
win a home game,
big games,
right? Like take care of the Packers, help us out. That would be great.
Absolutely. I think they can. I think it's a big game for the Packers. It's a big game for the Lions. I think the Rams take care of business. Hopefully, the Denver can as well.
So, what do you think happens today? Bears, Browns on the lakefront. We have a toasty 4 degrees outside right now, and it's only going to get warmer. The sun's out.
I know.
They're projecting a game time temp at around 10. With a wind chill of minus 20 today. Bears and Browns on the lakefront.
I think the Bears rebound from last week. I think they take care of business. I think it's going to be, recipe similar to the Eagles game. Just run the crap out of the football, limit the turnovers, limit the time of possession for the Browns, keep Caleb away from Myles Garrett as much as possible. You're going to see a lot of Cole Kmet, a lot of Colston Loveland, a lot of Kyle Monangai, hopefully. I think the Bears win this one. Hopefully we have our feet up because hopefully this lead comes early. I think they win this game 24-13. Bears, I think that they cover that 7.5 point spread. They are 7.5 point spread for a reason, despite what happened on Sunday against the Packers. They go into this game as that favorite. They leave this game winning, and they get to 10 wins.
Yeah, and I think today, we've talked a lot here on the show about the run game. Can the offensive line show up kind of like the way they did on the Black Friday game against the Eagles and push around a defensive front that's pretty good?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Eagles have slipped a bit this season than what they were last year, but they still have some notable players, some big-time players that the Bears took care of. They mitigated the risk with the run game and just eating up chunks of yardage. I hope today the offense in the first quarter can establish something. Have some time of possession, string together a few first downs. And I think if they can establish the run early, I think Caleb should have a successful day throwing the football. With that said, how have we seen this team kind of start games to this point this season? We've seen them in most scenarios start off slowly, or, you get a quick score, but then, you get this lull in the middle of the second quarter where you get a couple of 3-and-outs in a row because you're just off. It's Caleb's inability to hit a big pass play that's there. It's receivers not doing something. It's maybe a bad play call, and then it's you have a end-around sweep, and DJ Moore's hit 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage, so now you're behind the chains. And then on a 3rd and long, you get a false start, and then it kind of avalanches. I think the Bears are going to get off to a decent start today. I think they're going to score some points, but I think it's going to be a close game all the way to the end in the fourth quarter. And I have the Bears winning today, but a close game, 24-23. I think it's going to be a close game, and I think it's going to be one of those at the end of the game you're going to be holding on, and it's just enough to keep the dream alive, to keep things rolling.
Glad I stole a cigarette from Shea last night before I left the bar.
Yeah, I mean, just enough to keep things going. I got Bears winning this game 24-23. The network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne coming up next inside Gato, live from Soldier Field.
ESPN Chicago.
This holiday season, don't let aches and injuries keep you on the bench. Illinois Bone and Joint Institute helps you move better so you can live better. From state-of-the-art imaging to convenient rehab locations. And with 14 ortho access facilities, you can get same-day orthopedic treatment close to home. Score the care you deserve. Visit IBJI.com for locations and services. And keep moving this season.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
Summer along Chicago's lakefront is unmatched, but winter is when this city shows its true face. Wind carving through the skyline, air sharp enough to etch stone. Call it what it is. Fair weather. And on a day like this, Soldier Field becomes more than a stadium. It becomes a proving ground. The Browns are not who their record says they are. Their defense is led by Myles Garrett. He is one of one, a Jurassic-era predator, tracking an historic moment, bagging bushels of quarterbacks. He is the director of destruction on Cleveland's defense. I can see for miles and miles. And today, he's chasing Caleb Williams. Caleb, the escape artist, with frost in his veins, an artful dodger of dread, turning danger into opportunity. He is the Iceman, and winter suits him. But today, poise will be tested, protection will be tested, resolve will be tested. I don't think you're ready for the takedown. Because the stakes are no longer subtle. It's simple. Mute Myles. Let the Iceman carve his own script. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Week 15. Bears and Browns on the frigid lakefront. and on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
The Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, the Advantage Dealer Group, and Dr. Pepper. This is Bears football on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Now, the Bears pregame show, live on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. Please welcome Tom Waddle, Dionne Meller, and Mark Silverman.
From a sun-splashed Soldier Field, not a cloud in the sky, on Chicago's beautiful lakefront. We are just inside Gate O at the Dr. Pepper patio, and it is a gorgeous day for football between two of the classic franchises in the National Football League, the Chicago Bears against the Cleveland Browns.
Can I borrow your pen? Because mine just froze.
It decided not to work.
Mine's
right?
not, my pen isn't working because it froze.
Yeah, we are outside.
Yeah,
and
it's fine.
And well, we've got
keep telling yourself that, D. It's fine.
It's fine. It's just fine.
It is mind over matter. I can tell you this, that I was out on the field just about 20 minutes ago, and it is much colder out there than where we are today. We do have the benefit, luckily, of not having much wind, even though you can see the flags just in the near distance here. They're whipping around. It's going to be a windy day, as you expect a December day. But yeah, a temperature probably around 7 or 8 degrees.
Yeah, among the coldest in Soldier Field history. It is a mindset, though. It is a mentality, and the Bears come into this, as Ben Johnson said, desperately needing this win, and that is their focus, to come out here and defend their home field and bounce right back and get in the win column and get win number 10.
Sometimes in conditions like this, it's the team that's got the strongest mental fortitude and is most disciplined, and I would suggest to you that both of those categories favor the Chicago Bears. My hope is they come out, they play a really physical brand of football, and they force the Cleveland Browns at 3-10 to want to board the bus at halftime. That to me would be the game plan. Come out, ground and pound, run that football, make those pads click, and force them to play a really physical game early in conditions that aren't fun for anyone.
I think Waddle wins the wardrobe award today of the three of us, too, because he usually is not a guy who will dress like he's dressed today. Can you describe to the listener the layers in the different? You have hats upon hats upon hats.
You do.
My wife gave me let me borrow her hat. It's very reminiscent of Uncle Buck. It's got the ear flaps on it, and it's got plenty of fur on the inside.
Lined with faux fur.
Yeah. I've got ski pants over top of my slick Viore joggers.
Yep.
I got 2 pairs of wool socks and foot warmers inside the soles of my shoes.
That was
I've got a nice undergarment with a sweatshirt over it and a jacket that could keep you warm on the North Pole. So I feel good.
You look great. You look like I saw Dionne's marshmallow coat. What were you calling it the other day?
It is a marshmallow coat. It absolutely is, but it's the second coat I have on. The heated coat is underneath, and it's working. I mean, I feel warm right now.
I could just, I've been told for many years by neighbors and different people, they said, Silvy, the heated vest is the game changer.
It is.
And finally, I invested in it because we had to, and I can tell you, I can absolutely co-sign that the heated vest is the biggest game changer of anything I'm wearing.
I got to wonder
your core warm.
whether or not, I would assume that they have some of those for the guys to wear, something that's, almost super NASA human that you can put underneath your shoulder pads in a comparable fashion and keep you warm. I talked to the fellas up in the booth earlier, and both J-Mac and Tom Thayer are like, no sleeves. I was like, you guys are crazy. Sleeves all day long.
But here's what, correct. But at the same time, you know that these guys are such creatures of habit. And Nashawn Wright told Joniak this week, he said, I wear the same thing in September that I'm going to wear on Sunday. And it's just the way that they approach the game, that the mindset that they have. And Ben Johnson is totally embracing it. He said it on Friday. This is bear weather. We love it. We've been mentally preparing for this. And they're really focused. This is so important for what they want to accomplish, is getting this win today.
I wondered how long it would take for the term bear weather to be mentioned. I would just like to suggest from my seat here, it is a total fallacy. Bears go indoors in weather like this.
Well, that's true. You're right. They hibernate.
Yeah, they hibernate. Bears don't sit out in this stuff. They go into their dens nice and warm. So.
Well, like we said, the countdown to the fixed roof life is coming.
We just got to know when to start the clock.
Exactly.
I certainly would welcome it. But I think what you mentioned, Waddle, is the biggest thing. And, Dionne, you steered the conversation that way, too. The story in Chicago has been preparing for this game and for the cold, but there is major business at hand.
Oh, very much so.
I mean, hopefully by the end of the day, it will be 10 degrees and the Bears will have a matching win total with 10, because if you would have said at the beginning of the year that the Bears in early to mid-December have the shot to get their 10th win of the season, and I think there's significance now, maybe not in this playoff race this year because it will take more, but I always think that when you're talking about NFL teams, when you join the 10-win club, that's a major difference. 9-8 is cool, especially if you're a rebuilding team, because it's technically a winning record. But the 10-win club has always meant more, and today would be a huge, huge win.
In some corners of Chicago, I think they would think that's overachieving for what people expected them to do this year. A lot of people said 9-8, 9-8, and here they are with 4 more chances to increase that number. I think that's remarkable.
Yeah, my expectation was this year that they were going to win more than they lost, and I've said it 1,000 times because of how much they've invested, where they've drafted guys. Never anticipated them being in line for their 10th victory at this particular time, but over the course of the year, as we all know in the world of sports, your expectations change. So when you see them be significantly better in so many areas as we have watched them be, then your level of expectation goes up. So I don't expect them to go out there and play like a team in the first year under a new coaching staff with a quarterback in a new system. I expect them to go out there based on what we've seen and put it on a Cleveland Browns team, again, that is 3-10 and trying to find itself. There's some individual players on that roster that are very, very good. But the only way you come out of this game today without another dub and getting to the 10-win club is if you help the Browns beat you.
Yeah.
And I don't see that happening with a Ben Johnson coached team at this point.
Waddle, you played the game. While you say that, and like you can prep and you can say it's the classic trap game, but all we're focused on is what do you always say, Dionne, that Ben Johnson says?
It's going 1-0 this week.
Right.
Yeah, that's the focus. Hyper-focused.
But it is the spot that they always talk about, coming off a close loss at Green Bay, playing a team that doesn't have a lot to play for with a short week on the horizon. So while you can prepare that way, is there ever something that is, whether it's subconscious, where teams have a letdown?
Not in this situation, I don't believe. Look, if they don't come out on the right end of the scoreboard today, it's going to be more about the fact they're not a complete team. Like several weeks ago we were here, and if Jackson Dart doesn't get hurt, many people believe that could have been an L. So they're not good enough to just throw their helmets out there and expect to win. That I totally understand. But I think with this new coaching staff and this team fully bought in, and they will play you anywhere at any time under any conditions, I don't think today will be an issue of a letdown or them looking through the Browns on a short week to the Green Bay Packers. All of that stuff is very valid. I just think in this honeymoon phase with this coach and this team, I don't see that as the issue today. The issue is can you go out there and execute the way you need to? Defensively, they're licking their wounds. You know, Jordan Love and the Packers put it on them.
Yeah.
They had 8 possessions and scored 4 touchdowns. They couldn't get to the quarterback, and that led to a bunch of big plays down the field. Shedeur Sanders is making his 4th career start. Can you get to him? He's playing behind an offensive line that's missing 3 starters. Show him some looks he hasn't seen, make him go the length of the field, and expect the young quarterback to make some mistakes. So I guess to circle back to what you were saying, none of what you said is crazy. It's all very valid. I just think time and place with this team in the first year under Ben Johnson, the thought of a letdown to me doesn't really resonate. And in fact, if they don't play as well as I hope they're going to play, it's because they still got miles to go in terms of being a complete team.
You know, I went back and listened again to all the sound we heard out of Hallis Hall this week, and no indication was ever given that that they're even aware that the Packers are next, right? Like there was no then when this happened, there was none of that. It was such the attention to the details of what they need to do against this Browns team and how Myles Garrett has their attention. And that is where the conversation is, because they know to accomplish what they want to do, they have to be that way. And that has been Johnson's MO since he got here. Yeah. As cliche as it is, it's staying 1-0 each week. I mean, they're not even paying attention to standings. They're trying to just, if we win this week, those things will take care of themselves, and I truly think they believe that.
You know what I really like too is a talking point from earlier in the year where everyone's like, oh well, the Bears have only beaten bad teams.
Yeah.
And it was one of the discussions. I'm great with that. Beat the bad teams.
Yeah.
Stack the wins that you're certainly supposed to get. This is the spot where the Bears are the biggest favorite at home since 2018. We saw that earlier in the week from Marquee Sports Network that put that out there, Waddle. So, yes, take care of business and then move on, but not before today in 60 minutes of football where, again, like you said, you impose your will and you dictate the action.
Yeah, I don't think you worry about the strength of the opponents. Look, the NFL is, I think the word that would describe the NFL in 2025 is parity. In the NFC, you look at the Rams, probably the best team by a decent margin. Seattle's done some good things. Green Bay's a good football team. You're right there. So, I don't worry about beating, the Steelers by 3 or coming back and beating the Giants. They're all W's. There are no pictures on the scorecard. And whether you beat the Browns 13-10 today or you beat them 300-10, all anybody cares about at this time of the year is a W. So, style points are meaningless today.
Yeah, we sure hope, though, the Bears do look good and they take another step, because that's what we've liked, and Ben Johnson has uttered the phrase many times, we're going to be playing our best football in December and into January. All right, this is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. The Advantage Dealer Group on the Bears Radio Network, and the pregame show brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Your next Chevy, Acura, or Toyota, and you can drive off in under 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And, of course, the Dr. Pepper hotline is open. It does not shut down for cold weather, guys. Doesn't matter if it's 80 below zero. We know how important these games are for you, the Bears fan, and it's awesome to see many out with the doors opening already. In Chicago, football runs deep. Dr. Pepper runs colder. It's one of a kind, and it's the best. 23 flavors in football. From kickoff to final whistle, it's a Pepper thing. And that Dr. Pepper hotline is 312-332-3776. I'll play you some Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. I thought they were magnificent this week, talking about the importance of this game and Caleb's development. Dionne just referenced that right there, that she listened to all the sound. Courtney Cronin coming up in 15 minutes with the injury report. The Bears did make a move, placing another important player on IR. We'll get to that next. It is Bears and Browns. We're at Soldier Field in the elements, but we're having a blast on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Game day, baby. The grills are fired up. The crew's all here. Tailgate season is in full swing.
And nothing gets the party started like Flight by Yingling.
Crisp, refreshing, and light on calories. Perfect from kickoff to the final whistle.
Whether you're parking lot hopping or posted up at home, Flight's the MVP of your game day lineup.
Football's better with Flight.
America's next generation of light beer. Flight by Yingling. Raise the bar. Take Flight.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
You all know the 13 reasons to use Windy City to go to Soldier Field, but now there is a 14th, Gate 14. Windy City can drop off and pick up right at the gate. No more trudging in the rain, snow, or cold. Football, concerts, soccer. You'll be safe and warm and get home an hour before your friends. Call 866-94-WINDY or WindyCityLimos.com. Tell them the M&M guy sent you.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium, or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey, Jan from Toyota here, reminding you Toyota-thon is on. Make your holiday wishes come true with the new Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. All right, let's sing it together this time. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyota-thon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Hey football fans, the playoffs are drawing near and a well-executed game plan is the key to winning. Retirement is no different. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, former pro football player turned retirement pro and founder of MitchLyonsWealth.com. I want to ensure you have a winning game plan. Get our free retirement toolkit that includes my book, Retirement of Steel, along with guides for Social Security, taxes, and more. Call 844-867-8335 or 844-86-STEEL. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
You know a hard-earned yard when you see one, when all that time and effort pays off, and power makes all the difference. Professional-grade Echo tools are built to power through the toughest jobs, season after season, yard after yard. Headquartered here in Chicagoland for over 50 years, Echo Outdoor Power Equipment offers more than 250 gas and battery-powered tools to keep you at the top of your game. And that's why yarders trust their yards to Echo. Find Echo at Home Depot and Echo dealers. Echo, power on and on.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago. Game day tailgate 4 hours before kickoff. ESPN Chicago.
That's right, back at Soldier Field, where it is going to be a cold day, a bit windy, but the sun is out. Waddle, how much does a day like today impact the play? I don't think it's that much colder than it was last week in Green Bay.
Probably
is
not.
it?
Right. I mean, I don't know. We were not there. We were not feeling it as we are today. But, I mean, it's got to be a little bit colder than
I think that I don't think the cold bothers the guys. I think it's precipitation and wind. I think offensively, wind is the most destructive element. I don't think this weather is something that will really, be a huge issue by weather. I mean, the cold temperatures. I don't think they'll be bothered by that. It's if the wind kicks up.
Do you forget about it once you start playing? And you're
you're gassed up, adrenaline's flowing, you're running around, and when you get to the sideline, you've got heaters there. So, it's a mindset too, though. I mean, I'm not going to lie. There are certain guys, and maybe some guys who come from warmer climates, that this bothers them more.
Yeah.
You do have to be mentally tough, and you can see it. Like, there would be a good, would probably give you a good story about it. When you look across the line of scrimmage and you see a guy, and his eyes are really big, and he's freezing, and he's shivering, you got him where you want him.
Right. I remember the Mike Vick game. I think someone mentioned that to us. I forget who. The Atlanta game, maybe it was Joniak.
He didn't want to be here.
No, there was a game, Dionne, like in the Bears Super Bowl season, or maybe it was 05, right before the Super Bowl season, and it was I think a Thursday night game.
I think so.
A Monday night or Thursday night, and it was one of the colder days, and Mike Vick was, every time he would go to that sideline, he'd be standing alone in that jacket, looking like he didn't want to be there. And the crushed them. Urlacher and the crew looked great that game.
I think that Kevin Byard described it perfectly when he said the weather doesn't bother you as much once the game starts. It's the lead up to that moment. I mean, I felt the same way counting myself down just to get out of the car, right? Like we all feel like it's the lead up that's the worst part. Once you're in it, once you're going, once the game starts flowing, I don't think they feel it anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, once you make that first contact and everything loosens up, I think it's again, I don't think temperature bothers you. I think rain and wind. I would think if it's a windy day today, that would be the element that would have the greatest impact on today's outcome.
All right, we'll hear from Ben Johnson with Jeff Joniak later in the show, but I thought he was really on point this week, setting the tone. Dionne referenced the going 1-0 each and every week. Eric, if we could play the first Ben Johnson cut about how the Bears are looking at this win, and it is a must in their mind, and the coach certainly did not hold back with that.
We have goals, and we know what's out in front of us, and so it's just that awareness that every game matters. Every game matters, and that's where this week, you go from an emotional rivalry game like we just played. This week is equally important. We need this win. We desperately need this win.
I love that.
I
love the way he punctuated that too. That this is as important of a game as they have played in years.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because they didn't want to talk about the playoffs a couple of weeks ago, and they're not using the word, but everything they're saying is actually pointed towards a postseason appearance.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah,
So.
That's it. They all talk about it. They talk about how many wins they believe they'll need to even be considered to get into the tournament. 9 wins is not enough. I mean, even what Ben said last week, he's like, we are a 9-win team. That's it. I mean, that's nice and all, but that's not where our goals are, and I think that is something that's been reiterated again and again.
Well, and if you look at the standings, there's a good chance that you may get an 11-win team that gets left out.
Yes.
I mean, I think the last time I remember that happening was the New England Patriots when Tom Brady got hurt. Matt Castle came in, they won 11 games, and that was in a 16-game season, and they got left out in the cold. So, yeah, I don't think they want to even mention the word playoffs or postseason, but I think their words and their actions kind of tell you exactly where their head is.
Eric, if we could play the Ben Johnson bite, talking about getting Caleb Moore since the bye. I thought this was good, really good. Dionne, you were there. I want to know how much this stood out to you about the way they continue to look to develop Caleb Williams. Okay, I don't think we have it. So if we could play the on giving Caleb Moore since the bye. Okay, we will get to the sound in just a little bit. What stood out to you about what he talked about?
What stood out to me the most from when he talked about Caleb was the very last thing he said on Wednesday when he said he's always been super receptive. He just needs more reps. He needs 1 million reps, and we're at 10,000 right now. And just that it's going to take time. And I even felt that Caleb echoed that in the same way when he talked about it's going to take time because we're still learning to work together and we're building this awesome connection, but we're 13 games in. We're not years in, and that's going to take some time, but it's coming. And that's what stood out to me the most about the way they described how they're laying that foundation for him.
The reps today may be different. I mean, it may be dictated by the conditions out there. This isn't going to be a Sunday afternoon game in September where you can drop back and cut it loose on, deep in routes and deep out routes. The conditions may, in fact, change the way that they have to game plan and call plays, but I think the concepts are the same. I think Ben has been an advocate of Caleb using his athletic ability and big play hunting. They're trying to marry that with doing the simple things better, as Joe Madden used to say. And I think we're narrowing that gap between not being able to do it and doing it. But when you do marry those two elements with this young quarterback, he's going to be a beast to try and stop.
We will get to the Kyler Gordon story. He was put on injured reserve officially by the Bears. It was something that they had forecast. Unfortunately, before last week's game, he aggravated another soft tissue injury. They're all related, I'm sure, but this one is the groin. We'll talk about that with Courtney Cronin. We want to thank Lettuce Entertain You. They don't stop no matter what the temperature is. They got Bub City out here, and that barbecue is hot. Chicago, nobody does Bears games like Bub City. House-smoked barbecue, wings, whiskey, ice-cold beer. It's all here in River North and in Rosemont. That's right, 2 locations. You get the awesome experience of one of the best restaurants that Lettuce Entertain You has. And, of course, our friends, too, Ed Warm, Tommy DeSanto. Those guys are great, too. It's a great partnership. Kick back or order your game day platter at bubcity.com. We love Lettuce Entertain You. I have sprinkled the infield, as they said, with Lettuce Entertain You gift cards for all of my friends. That's the way to go. All right, coming up next, Courtney Cronin with the injury report. We're approaching 90 minutes away from kickoff. It is Bears and Browns on the Bears Radio Network.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Get ready for Bolingbrook's Mistletoe Market and create more sparkling memories.
Experience the warmth of Bolingbrook with a new holiday tradition filled with festive lights, local vendors, delicious treats, and fun for the whole family.
Shop for unique gifts, snap a photo with Santa, and soak in all the holiday cheer.
Don't miss the debut of the Bolingbrook Mistletoe Market being held at Bolingbrook Town Center every weekend through December 14th.
Go to bolingbrook.gov for a complete schedule.
Welcome to Jackpot Land, this fall at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Play your favorite games with your Potawatomi Rewards card all fall to win your share of thousands in prizes each month. And earn entries into the big December Jackpot Land prize drawings. Your October, November, and December entries all count. Win thousands in cash or reward play. Welcome to Jackpot Land, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory. At UI Health, our care heals. Our care saves. Our care triumphs. Find expert care for your journey at uihealth.care.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $450 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sautéed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $450 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through January 31st, 2026.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. It's bold, it's original, it's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're chilling in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears, and drink up. It's a pepper drink.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Tired of losing power when it storms? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. How about your sump pump, your fridge, or your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling? You can stay comfortable and safe in your home all year long. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois and Northwest Indiana.
For all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Sync us up with your TV on the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, we're just about 90 minutes away from kickoff. Bears and Browns. Shout out to Bears fans. A lot of Bears fans. There's a young Bears fans with both bear claw in front of us. Ooh, someone's got a great Bears necklace, a great young man. And the one thing you'll say about this is you'll never forget being at this game. It will be a lifelong memory, and hopefully the Bears give us something to cheer about. Let's get to the injury report. It's brought to you by Maurice Longo & Associates. If you've been injured at work or in an accident, visit mauricelongo.com. That's MORICILONGO.com. Great people, and they're going to win for you. All right, let's get to Courtney Cronin right now. And Courtney, the inevitable happened. I mean, it's been forecast for the last few days that, yes, Kyler Gordon is on IR.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate given the timing of it. Certainly, second time in a season, it's not great and doesn't bode well for whatever the rest of the year could present for him. But it had to happen because it's another soft tissue injury. You can't rely on him right now. It's unfortunate, but this is the way that it was trending once he re-injured that groin injury. Because remember, when he went on IR the first time. It was a calf and groin injury that popped up the Thursday before that Baltimore game. So he's in a situation now where it's all about figuring out what can you do for your body once you shut it down. And if they make the playoffs, he would be eligible to return. You have up to 10 designations where you can get guys coming back from IR. But I feel like you just kind of have to put all that on pause for now and just figure out, can he get healthy? And can he stay healthy? And I think the answer we learned this year is no, but that's obviously got to change once his contract extension kicks in next year.
It was interesting to me to hear Ben Johnson talk about, like, I wish I knew the individual a little bit better, or knew what I thought it was too, Courtney. Like, it really caught my attention the way he described him.
Yeah, I thought that. I mean, he just doesn't. He has no feel for the player because the player hasn't been on the field. And the fact that he keeps getting injured in non-game settings, I think is frustrating because it happens during training camp. It's a hamstring injury that cost him a big portion of August, and then right before that week 1 game here, that Sunday, he was downgraded to out, added to the injury report, and then downgraded to out Monday, and then it just keeps popping up. So for Ben Johnson taking over, he's heard so many good things about Kyler Gordon. It's the first player that Dennis Allen named by name that he wanted to have on his team this year. They give him the big extension, and there's been no return on investment right now. So I can absolutely understand the frustration of a head coach who wants to have one of your best defenders out there and doesn't have much of a feel for him because it's not like he's been able to coach him in games.
Courtney, let's talk about a couple of guys that did come back. One is Jalen Johnson, who didn't look 100% healthy to me, or maybe it's just him trying to find his football form. What is your take on how he performed against Green Bay, and is it just a residual from missing so much time?
Everybody's going to look back to that Bo Melton touchdown before halftime. And Dennis Allen did own it this week. He said, that's on me, the call. Like, who was out of position, who was supposed to be there, all of that between Jalen Johnson and Jaquan Brisker. Like, I don't know if that was health-related. I doubt it. I feel like that was just a misassignment. Yeah. Guys didn't know what they were supposed to be doing. But other than that, conditioning-wise, I think they've had to. He's still been on the injury report with the groin injury. He's just been a full participant, but it is something that they're monitoring. We're 2 games into this now, and now you're playing in the cold today, so who knows how it's going to affect anybody that's been dealing with something, let alone a soft tissue injury where you want your body warm, you want to make sure you don't have risk of re-injury. But I think that this is kind of what you expected with somebody who had surgery 10, 12 weeks ago, and to come back and even be, let alone be playing, I think is a pretty significant accomplishment so far.
You juxtapose how quickly he came back with Kyler Gordon still being unable to get on the field. It's very interesting dynamic. Rome Odunze is active today, so it looks like he's going to give it a go with that stress fracture.
Yeah, so I think it was trending that way for a while, just because this is somebody who has been able to play through the injury. And it got to a point last week where they felt they had to shut him down for a week, give him some rest, keep him off of it. And he was limited all week in practice. Now, you wonder about the wind factor here, how it's going to affect the passing game, how effective Rome would be in that to begin with. Like, do you have him on a pitch count? Do you have him full go? I would imagine that you don't want, like, that's something that he's told us that it's not a small thing. He's been having to work through it during the year, work with trainers to make sure that it's managed. But I know we talked about this on Thursday. Like, do you risk it? Like, clearly he feels well enough to play, but how much he plays, I think, will be something that you need to watch. Because to me, you have 3 more games that are critical. You can win this game without Rome Odunze today. I think that there's plenty of other weapons. You have a ground game that you absolutely should lean on. I just wouldn't push him too much in one direction, just to potentially put yourself out of having him for 3 games.
I like that. That's my big worry. Is I don't want to just participate in the battle and lose the war, especially with the history of all these guys getting re-injured.
Yeah,
like we've seen it with Edwards, we've seen it with Kyler Gordon, we saw it with Jalen Johnson coming back. He's got something, like you said, it's something. And what I don't want to have happen is trying to come back a week or 2 earlier and not be available for the biggest games of the year and in the playoffs.
No, I think that that's the right approach that they have to take with it. Like, it's a war of attrition in season. Guys get, you lose guys, they come back. And it was the first game he missed last week, so I imagine that was probably a weird experience for him because he was always available in college, always available the first, 2 years of his career up until week 14. So it's something with all of these injuries that, your defense is about to get healthy because next week, the Saturday games when Tremaine Edmonds could be activated to come back off IR, that'd be a huge gain. It's like you don't want to have one gain and then one goes up, one goes down sort of thing when you think about the injuries that could be impacted by today and not pushing it where you have a whole month left of football to play.
With Tyreek Stevenson back, you're as healthy back there minus Kyler Gordon. But you have C.J. Gardner-Johnson playing his role. How is that going? Is he fitting in seamlessly? Or
I wouldn't say seamlessly.
No.
I think that I was watching NFL matchup this morning, and they were showing, when he was when they were in big nickel, like the play that he got burned on last week. It's the good and the bad. Like there's so much that he does well from that standpoint. The interception he had, and obviously, like Jordan Love threw that ball to him. It couldn't have been telegraphed more obviously, but he's great when you're using him in blitz packages. I think sometimes he gets lost in coverage. I don't know if it's just getting used to that role again, having played free safety the last couple of years, playing it in Philly, going down to Houston and playing it, now being asked to play the nickel. But, it's a good spot for them to be in considering, you lost Kyler Gordon. Like, this signing looks even better for Ryan Poles now.
Yes.
Having somebody who's experienced might not be your best option or your top-tier option, but is good enough to be out there.
And this is an issue because going forward, while today's conditions may limit how much you throw it, you're going to get Green Bay next week, you're going to get San Francisco, and then you're going to get Detroit. All teams that will look at that matchup and try to exploit it because if he has to play the Kyler Gordon role and isn't that type of player, teams are going to look to hunt that.
They saw him 2 weeks ago, or a week ago now. So they're going to have plenty of film to work off of there, and I think that obviously points to the Dennis Allen needing to adapt his strategy for that second meeting.
Tyson Bagent popped up. He is out today with an illness. Yeah, so Case Keenum will
QB
be the backup. Yeah.
So it's his first game he'll be active for this year because he's been the emergency third quarterback. Awful time to pop up. He's still going to have to be out there. I would imagine he's going to be inactive, but he's still going to be, in the cold and all of that.
Speaking of injuries, have you ever seen an injury report as lengthy as the Browns?
So long.
And how impactful do you anticipate that to be, considering how many guys aren't going to be available for them?
Their offensive line is the big question because they're missing their starting left guard and their starting right tackle. And I do believe that Joel Bitonio is going to be able to play, so at least you get a little bit of help up there, but it's impactful for Shedeur Sanders because we know how good he is from a clean pocket. So if you're the Bears and you're trying to, get after a young quarterback, there should be no excuse about the pass rush today. You have 2 backup offensive linemen there. Their depth is hurt too. This is a situation where they should absolutely have the upper hand in trying to get Shedeur off his spot, make him uncomfortable because his footwork is good. From a clean pocket, he delivered a beautiful ball to Harold Fannin last week for a touchdown. I just think that this is the no-excuse game when it comes to the pass rush contributing in a big way.
And no Denzel Ward in their secondary as well. That's a big loss for them, too. So,
how do the Bears look at the backfield right now? Is it a true split the carries backfield now between Swift and Monangai?
I think so. Monangai had 1 more carry than Swift last week. I think it's honestly been such a not a glaring it was early on in the season where Kyle wasn't a part of the game plan, and now you see a pretty even split between the running backs. And in weather like this, you saw what Kyle Monangai did to I think it was Edgerrin Cooper last week when he popped the paint off his helmet. And he's a no-sleeves guy. He said he's not wearing sleeves in this weather. He's going to mimic the offensive lineman outside of Darnell Wright. I think Darnell Wright's the only one with some sense who actually wears sleeves in cold weather. That's a tone setter. I would venture to believe that what you see from the usage today, who's out there to start, where the runs are going, the in-between the tackle stuff, the stuff that's going to punish a team that's 3-10. I mean, you're the one who said it the other day, Silvy, make this team want to go to the bus at halftime. Yeah. They're a 3-win team. It's, there is a very good opportunity, I think, to do that by setting the pace with the ground game, playing the time of possession game, and running the same thing that you ran in Philly. It was such a good strategy. I don't know why they got away from it in Green Bay. I think you learn a lesson from that today.
Yep. What time are you hitting the slopes after the game?
I mean, I usually have all my ski stuff ready to go, and I had to buy this. This is warmer than what I usually wear skiing.
Wow.
So, and I was down there. The field is frozen. You can.
Oh, really?
You can hit the ground and it's a pretty that's going to be painful, I think, for a lot of guys making tackles.
By the way,
today.
you wouldn't ski in this weather, would you? You'd
no,
sit
that's
inside.
the thing. You don't go skiing in this weather. I'm not going I don't like Vermont skiing. That's why I like to go out west where it's balmy, where it's 20 degrees. To me, that's enjoyable. Yeah. Skiing in this weather would be awful. And the wind is a factor today. So that's something that I was just talking with a Cleveland source before I came out here, and he's like, I'm not worried about the cold. Yeah. I'm worried about the wind because the wind in Cleveland at that stadium is different than the way it swirls down here. So that's going to be something that might affect the rookie in his first game at Soldier Field.
All right, we got all the bases covered.
Yep.
What are you most proud of that you've got on? Waddle's got this furry hat. Dionne's got the marshmallow coat. I love my electric vest. What are you most proud of?
My electric vest is in the media workroom. I'm waiting to turn that on.
Oh, okay.
I've got my balaclava like Waddle has, so I'm going to have my eyes showing.
Amazing.
Spooky. Yeah, I've got the hand warmers, the electric ones. Yes. Those are new, so those will be big today to have.
That's awesome. You look fantastic. Thank you. This morning as I was getting dressed, I sincerely thought of you.
Marshmallow.
Yes, but I sincerely thought of you. I know it's going to be a long day out there, but
thank you.
We appreciate your work.
It'll be fun. Thank you.
All right, Courtney Cronin, who is also working the sideline for the ESPN national broadcast. We'll also check in with J-Mac, who will be working our sideline in just a little bit. I do want to get to that Ben Johnson sound. If you want to talk to us, Bears fans, we want to hear from you. 312-332-3776. Also keep that number handy for who's going to rock halftime as well. We take your halftime calls no matter what. And Peggy and Yurko postgame. You never know what's going to pop up on that postgame show. There were some great moments last week, so stay tuned for that. We're at Soldier Field. We're about an hour and 15 minutes away from kickoff. It's Bears and Browns on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
I cannot.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and this season, they're teaming up with Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Every time the Bears defense causes a false start at home, Steinhoffels donates $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels, now with 7 locations, has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses, all styles, every budget, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with 2 of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4million.
Toyota Thorn is on. Oh, what fun it is to
to drive a new Toyota today. Hey, Jan from Toyota here, reminding you Toyotathon is on. Make your holiday wishes come true with a new Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. All right, let's sing it together this time. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
You know me, I love a moment of certainty, and when it comes to your home, Jeff has the solution.
That's right, Jeff, because in this market, you shouldn't take a chance selling your house with just anyone.
No commissions, no lengthy showings, just a direct approach from a local, veteran-owned company.
Since 2007, we've been buying houses quickly in Chicagoland. Get your easy as-is offer today.
Move forward with confidence, just like winning the coin toss. Visit JeffBuysYourHouse.com. Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
How many people can say they've had a section of their spine removed? I can. I'm Jeff, and when my team at Northwestern Memorial Hospital found a rare tumor on my spine, my neuro-oncologist and neurosurgeon came up with a plan, resulting in a 14-hour surgery.
Nationally ranked for neurology and neurosurgery by U.S. News and World Report, Jeff's team treated his 1 in a million condition. They removed the tumor and vertebrae in one piece, then rebuilt his spine with a metal frame. Northwestern Medicine. Better.
Hey guys, Yurko here for Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch is a former Pro Bowl player like me, but now he's a retirement pro, and he knows the value of a winning game plan. I want you to get Mitch's retirement toolkit for the Yurko special price of, wait for it, nada. That's right, it's free. This kit includes his book, Retirement of Steel, along with guides for Social Security, taxes, and more. Call 844-867-8335. That's 844-86-STEEL for your retirement toolkit. Mitch Lyons Wealth, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago. Silvy takes your calls at halftime on ESPN Chicago.
Back at Soldier Field, keep that number handy. We want to hear from you at 312-332-3776. Shout out to, we gave the shout out to the fans, all the fans who are braving the elements, all the ones who are in the lots tailgating. And I want to give a special shout out to everybody who makes Soldier Field run. Like, everybody happy today. I was talking to the usual security guards that I see going into the tunnel, the parking people out there at the Waldron deck, everyone directing traffic, the vendors who we love, who are bringing us the food and the beer and everything. So shout out to everyone who continues to make this place run. It is not lost upon us.
Rain or shine, 90 degrees or minus 10. Everyone's still out there doing their best.
It is crazy. I saw someone from the Bears who runs training camp. He's one of the operations guys, and he could not have been happier as he was walking by. And I had a flashback to when I saw him as he runs training camp to the last time, like, he was braving the elements. It was 95 degrees, humid, and they were getting all the fans water at training camp.
Yep.
So it's amazing how the football season spans like that.
They do have warming stations throughout the stadium today as well to kind of help people out. But
people giving hugs, is that what it is?
That's free hugs. I would love that. I'd love to man a booth like that. But the fans, if the Bears come out quickly and they establish the running game and they start winning, well, then everybody's going to be warm pretty quick.
Yeah, and look, if they can win one of these games 300-3, like you said, like whether it's 10-3 or 300-3, maybe we could hit the exits by the end of the third.
Well, and not just that, let's maybe instead of a 3-hour and 15-minute game, maybe we can play this thing in 2 hours and 30 minutes.
2:30. I mean, that's not nobody.
Put them away early.
Yeah, no doubt.
I want to talk to you guys about the importance of the passing game here. We know the running game has been their bread and butter lately, and kudos to Ben Johnson for everything that he has said he does. It's not just words, there are actions. He said before the bye week or going into the bye week that they have got to get the running game going. And, man, have they gotten the running game going to the tune of the best in the NFL. And now the passing game, like we saw flashes and we continue to see flashes, but this was Ben Johnson talking about Caleb Williams' development.
You know, there's a lot of thinking going on for him right now. And, you know, I was talking with the TV crew yesterday about this. Just since the bye week, we've kind of, I don't want to say taken the training wheels off, but to a degree, we've opened up with all these shifts and motions. We have more movement than we did in the first 4 games. And when that happens, you know, he's thinking a lot about making sure he's checking off all the boxes that he's got to check off before the snap. And so because of that, the post-snap play suffers a little bit. Well, I also believe it's also a big reason why we're having some success in the running game and bringing some of that stuff to life as well. So it's something that we're going to continue to work through. And I think each week you continue to see improvement to where the post-snap play of our quarterback is getting better. And so, yeah, there's some of those that you look at, and he said, man, I got to hit that. And then there's other ones that, you know, they're going to be challenging throws that he makes, and it's like, holy cow, you know. And so we're gonna get there. I'm not worried about that aspect of it, and it's just a matter of time.
When he says holy cow on those splash plays, that Duvernay throw was so good. Waddle, how did you look at his performance last week? The numbers in the first half weren't good, and he missed a couple of throws, but there was a lot of pressure, a lot of screens that were getting blown up. And then in the second half, up until the final play of the game, he really had a good half of football.
I thought he played well overall. The first series was a little rough. He overthrew Burden on the first throw of the game. That's one of those, hey, let's try to calm him down and get him going a little bit type of throws that he has struggled to make early in games. And then on the 3rd and long, he airmailed DJ. So there were a couple of errant throws early. But then I thought the majority of their struggles in the first half against the Packers had more to do with their offensive line was struggling with the pressure. And they didn't develop their running game because they were struggling to create space. So they went into halftime, made some adjustments, and came out. And I just thought they all played significantly better. And Caleb was a playmaker in the second half. Obviously, if he made, you know, I said he played well. If he makes that final throw in the end zone with 27 seconds left, we're all talking about how he played great.
Yeah.
That's the difference. But I think at this particular moment, you still have a quarterback that you're winning because of at times. You have a quarterback who's a tremendous playmaker, has the clutch gene, and he's still trying to find his way to play on time as much as the coach wants. So I thought one of the more telling comments that the coach made was a couple of weeks ago when he said, hey, look, we're winning in spite of our passing attack, not because of it, and we got to narrow the gap between where we want to be and where we are now.
They've so talked openly about wanting to start fast. How do you prepare to do that? How do you practice to do that? How do you kind of make changes to make that happen?
Well, I think you look at the Packer game and you tip your cap to a really good Packer defense. They brought a lot of pressures that really, you know, bothered their offensive line. I mean, you can start with trying to get him going early with, you know, quick outs and quick hitches and some of the easy completions, and then it kind of builds from there. I just think it's, you know, a conscious effort to come out and make sure you're not making any mental mistakes. Everyone's ready to go, and, you know, I don't think that was the case against the Packers, but, you know, here's an opportunity today against the Browns defense that's very good. Go out there, get yourself going early, and then just kind of wear them down. But I don't think there's any science to it.
Yeah, let's get to the phones at 312-332-3776. Keegan in Indiana, you're on the Bears Radio Network. What do you got for us, Keegan?
Hey, guys. Hope you're staying warm today for this game. Two quick things. One, to see what you guys thought about Luther switching from 10 back to 87 in the preseason. He just looked a lot bigger in those games, and maybe it'll be a bigger target for Caleb to hit him so he can get some more receptions. Second thing is, Bears won the Super Bowl 2 years after George Halas died. I know Virginia passed away this year, so why not us? Why not go and win it for Virginia? Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Keegan. I'm not looking at the death connections.
I'm not either.
I'm looking at the direction of the way Ditka built that team, Jim Finks built that team, Buddy Ryan had the defense going, and I see the leadership now of this Bears team under Ben Johnson. building the culture. Who knows what they could do this year, too. I'm not telling you they're going to win the Super Bowl, but I think in this wide-open NFL, let's dream a little bit. Handle business today, and let's see where this team can go.
Yeah, I don't look to the death connection either. I think it's more about what the things you mentioned. With regard to Luther Burden, I think he looks good in 10. Just keep rocking 10.
He's too fast for 87.
That's fine, yes. That's a fair statement.
He wore that number fine, just fine.
Yeah.
He's just making a little bit of adjustments. I'd love to see them today get some confidence going with the passing game, but I agree with you, Tom, when you talked about running the ball today. I think that's going to be where they get where they really make their mark, and I think it's okay that they've been able to embrace that, and I think they should continue to do so. Kyle Monangai is a machine. He's a machine. He's a delight to watch play, and he has no fear, and I think that's been really amazing to see him kind of come into his own over these last couple of games.
The way he spun and got out of he landed on his feet when he got helicoptered, and then he knocked off a piece of the helmet or a mouth guard, whatever that was. But I also want to point out, too, that as much love as Monangai gets, I love the way DeAndre's running the ball. There is a difference between the way he's running the ball this year and last year. Sure, there's a difference up front. The yards before contact are significant, but I think he is also helping that Waddle with the way he hits the hole.
He's averaging almost 5 yards per carry.
Yeah.
So, I agree with you 100%. Monangai has gotten a lot of the attention, but I would not overlook what DeAndre Swift has done for this team.
All right, who needs to rock? 312-332-3776. We'll get to that coming up, but first let's pause 10 seconds for all of our stations to identify themselves from a balmy Soldier Field. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
Tyreek Stevenson is back. Rome Odunze is back and is going to try Kyler Gordon to injure reserve. Who needs to rock on the Bears' active roster today? The phone number to reach us, 312-332-3776. Just about an hour before kickoff, this is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
The big realtor firms are busy lining up things for Wall Street. At Hearthside Realtors, we're busy trying to find the street you will call home, just like we've been doing for 55 years. I'm Lenny File, and I'm ready to work for you. Whether you're buying your first home, new to the area, or if it's time to downsize, our diverse staff of real estate pros are here to help you every step of the way. I'm Lenny File, and I go the extra mile. Visit lennyfile.com. That's Lenny, F-E-I-L.com today. Hearthside is licensed in Illinois and Indiana.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a Ready Next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great clips. It's gonna be great.
It's another exciting game day for Bears fans, and on game days, it's all about more. More action, more noise, and more savings. That's right, Bears fans save up to 25 cents per gallon on game days with the Fuel Rewards program from Shell. That means you can keep your tailgates going all season long. So don't drop the ball on saving more at the pump. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program, and take your savings all the way to the end zone. Terms and conditions apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/bears for full offer details.
Credit Union One, the official banking partner of Notre Dame Athletics, wants to reward you for everyday banking. CU1's high-yield checking offers the opportunity to earn competitive dividends when you make qualifying transactions each month. No monthly fees, no minimum or opening balance required. Plus, you'll be able to bank anytime and anywhere with 24/7 digital and mobile banking. Start making more of your money with Credit Union One. Open an account at cu1.com/Irish. Federally insured by NCUA.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
The Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Are you ready to rock? Are you ready to rock? Well, that's what you're gonna get.
Tom Waddle, Dionne Meller, and Mark Silverman. Bears pregame.
Let's go. It's time for Who's Gonna Rock from a sunny Soldier Field. Who's Gonna Rock is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Martin Lawrence on January 24th at Hard Rock Live.
Wow.
Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's a good show right
That
there.
sounds fun.
Or even for a night of entertainment, if you got some time off for the holidays, head on out to Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. They always roll out the red carpet for Bears fans, our fans, and so close to Soldier Field in downtown Chicago. I claim this, that I'm going first this week. I usually let you guys go first, but I was adamant, and I even said to you, Waddle, on Monday or Tuesday, that I am claiming my Who's Gonna Rock right now,
Wow.
or who needs to rock, and it's the defensive line, all right? Watching the quarterbacks sit back there and not get pressured is so painful.
Yeah.
The lack of pressure, the lack of sacks, the lack of wrapping up and tackling on a run play too. On that Jacobs play, I keep re-racking in my brain. The 3rd and 2, he was dead to rights with Dexter and with Montez, and they both whiffed on the tackle. Jalen Johnson didn't show much effort there, but they have got to make a bigger impact. So who needs to rock? The defensive line. Come on, let's get after it.
This is a rookie quarterback who's not been to Soldier Field. Let's make it challenging for him, make it hard for him, get some pressure on him there. And also, how about not allowing so many yards on 1st and 2nd down and making it short and manageable on 3rd? And then you get that 3rd down defense had been so good, and it felt like it was slipping a little bit.
Yeah, I think they gave up 8 of 12 conversions on 3rd downs, and it really was an issue. My suggestion is it's really basic. It's Monungai and Swift. They've been a really good 1-2 punch all season long. I expect this to be a 35 to 40 carry game for their backfield. So divide it up however you want, 17 carries, 18 carries, 20 and 20. I think that you grind this thing out, you play a physical brand, and you try and steal the soul of that Browns defense early in this game. So I think the running backs need to rock.
I already have such a crush on the Bears offensive line, but that would really grow exponentially if they're able to minimize the damage that Myles Garrett can make. He has been described as like a cartoon character for those who watch him day in and day out. We see all the highlights, but to watch him work every single day, he is a force. He is different than the guys that they faced in Max Crosby and Micah Parsons. This is an elite, different level. Let's see the offensive line really step up again. They've done it all season. I would love to see that today and have them feeling really good about the direction they're going as well.
And how about Ozzie Trapillo, a young rookie left tackle who has in the last 2 weeks will have faced Micah Parsons and Myles Garrett. Now, they help him out quite a bit. And Micah Parsons moves around a lot more than Myles Garrett. I think you'll see Myles Garrett probably camped out over on Ozzie's side today. But the young man, I think, has held up quite well for a rookie being asked to do some really difficult things.
I love the way the play calling has helped, too, the way Ben Johnson helps against those guys. Max Crosby had a big first half. They adjusted in the second half thanks to Ben Johnson. I always flash back to the Bears-Browns game, and I believe it was Justin Fields' first start. I think he was sacked nine times. Nine times. And, they just didn't adjust. They didn't have – and that's where I think Ben Johnson thrives, bringing in Benedict in some of the situations, too.
I think last week we saw the adjustments. Now, Ben didn't really want to talk about when he was asked about what adjustments. John really didn't make any. We just execute better.
Right.
I think if you go back and watch the tape, they really did a nice job getting Caleb out on the edge more and moving him some. And I think it was a direct result to the pressure that they felt for the majority of the first half.
I think the fact that they were able to make those in-game adjustments is the significant step that they needed to take, because they've talked about that for so long, but we actually saw that happen. You go from 71 yards and a field goal in the first half, and you're right there in the final seconds, essentially ran out of time in the end. I mean, that's impressive.
Well, they in the second half last week in Green Bay, they had a total of 244 yards. They had 18 points, and they converted 7 of 8 third down opportunities. Like, they wore that Packer defense out in the second half. So, a little quicker start, and we may be talking about something different.
Yeah.
Let's go to Bob from Michigan. Who needs to rock, Bob?
Hey, guys, I don't want to oversimplify it, but Monangai, Swift, get them going. Let the offensive line do their thing. Control the clock, and don't turn the ball over.
Yeah, that's right.
Great point.
And it's something that they have done well, too. Like, there was the interception at the end of the game, but the Bears have done a pretty good job. It's another reason why they've had such a big turnover differential, not just because they're taking the ball away. They limited the turnovers.
Such a great point, and Caleb has done a fantastic job taking care of the football. Ball security is going to be paramount today. I said it earlier. Don't be the reason why the Browns have some success. Don't give them any help today. Take care of the football. And my guess is with a rookie quarterback and the conditions the way they are out there, there will be a few opportunities for the Bears to add to their takeaway total.
All right, let's talk to Tom Thayer. He's going to join us coming up next. Some things don't change, no matter if it's hot, whether it's cold, whether it's windy, whether it's snowing. Tom Thayer is in that booth at like 6 a.m., and we got that text message early this morning. The former Bear joins us coming up next. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. It is Bears and Browns on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, and I want to guarantee you a breakdown-free winter. Did you know that a dirty furnace costs more to operate and can lead to higher utility bills and untimely breakdowns? Now is the time to schedule your Four Seasons furnace tune-up and save $50. A Four Seasons furnace tune-up includes a 35-point inspection, complete cleaning, and we calibrate every component of your furnace. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
At Old National Wealth Management, our team approach puts together your game-winning financial plan.
Cool. So who's the quarterback?
Your wealth advisor.
And the running back?
The private banker.
How about a wide receiver?
How about a financial planner?
You got any cheerleaders?
That would be our clients.
Okay, I'm game.
Old National Wealth Management, where relationships and results matter. Get old. Old National Wealth Management investment instruments are not FDIC insured nor insured by any other government agency, are not deposits or other obligations of Old National Wealth Management, Old National Bank, its parent company, or affiliates, and involve investment risk, including possible loss of principal.
Comparing health insurance plans is never easy. That's why I work for Get Covered Illinois.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
We have a website to compare multiple plans and prices in one place, and people who can help you for free. Community-based navigators and brokers, certified by the state.
And we have live customer service.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, we're here to help.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
At Bell Tire, we don't just care about tires, we care about you.
Bell Tire.
We care about you too, Tire Man. But caring about our customers is why we'll beat anyone's tire price. And with 0% financing, we make sure everyone can get back on the road fast and affordably. Because taking care of our customers by getting them the best deal possible is how we're changing tires.
Bell Tire.
See belltire.com for details.
Oh, baby, did you see that play?
The mood in here is unbeatable.
Nothing beats game day energy.
And the perfect pairing for it all? Flight by Yingling.
Crisp, refreshing, and light on calories.
Whether you're posted up at the bar or watching with the crew, Flight by Yingling keeps the flavor bold and the vibe light. Flight by Yingling.
Football's better with Flight.
America's next generation of light beer.
Flight by Yingling. Raise the bar, Chicago.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Hey, do you know what time it is? It's Aurelio's Pizza time. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Hear the coach with Jeff and Tom before the media after the game.
All right, let's talk to our guy, Tom Thayer. He is a Super Bowl champion. He is an all-time Bear. He is the voice of the Bears for decades, and he's brought to you by UI Health. UI Health, expert care for your journey. Visit uihealth.care. And let's go up to the booth right now and talk to Tom. And sure enough, like clockwork, we got that picture of the field. Whether it's you're really like the mailman. It doesn't matter what the weather is. You show up.
I just want you guys to be excited about being here, and that includes all of you guys. And so if you get a little bit of an early picture of the stadium before anybody gets here, it just kind of gets you into that amp zone and ready to work.
Did you get a workout in, Tom? Did you go outside and get a couple of laps in around the field?
Run the stairs?
Did you go straight to the booth?
Stadium stairs.
Yeah, okay.
You know, with the knee replacement, now it's just walking up and down the stairs instead of running them.
That's great. That's great. What is your key? Like, all the talk of the cold is now over. It is time to play football. What is your key here, Tom?
Believe the hype. You know, the Bears have got a lot of positive things said about them in the last couple weeks and about how they're going about business, and a lot of it has to do as pertaining to the running game. And when you want to come out here, and even though they got Myles Garrett and they got a solid rookie playing the middle linebacker, you want to be able to run the ball so effectively and efficiently that it doesn't necessarily put any pressure on Caleb Williams. It takes a little bit of pressure off of him. And then that you have an offensive line that has stayed together now for quite a while, and that's probably one of the positions of emphasis on this football team. So, go and get the job done in the running game. And, you're never going to lose sight of throwing the ball. But if you really want to have something that's going to, kind of be a stabilizer, be a point of emphasis, and, make this afternoon go faster for everybody on the Bears sideline, it's going to be done through the running game.
Tom, we've spent the entire week talking about just how dangerous Myles Garrett is. What have you seen from the Bears offensive line against a Max Crosby, against Micah Parsons, that encourages you for how they're going to handle Garrett today?
Dionne, it's never a one-man job. You're not going to exclusively give Myles Garrett over to the offensive tackle position and say, hey, you hold this guy at bay and, things will work out. When you're a tight end, when you're a running back, when you're an offensive guard to the inside of these offensive tackle, never be so we used to have a saying that playing back in the day is never be an uncovered guy. So somewhere along the offensive line, whether it's a center or a guard, you're going to be an uncovered guy because they're not going to play a five-man front. If you're that uncovered man, go look for work. And if that means that you're the center and Myles Garrett is lined up to the far left, then come over, take over Joe Thuney's job, man, as quickly as possible, and then allow Joe Thuney to go out and keep an eye on the offensive tackle. And the same thing, like I said, with the tight end position. If you're a tight end and you have half of a second, three-quarters of a second before you're expected to be into your route possession, then, man, you got to deliver a shoulder to Myles Garrett so that he has to completely regroup his momentum going forward. And if you can make him regroup his momentum going forward, that's when the offensive tackle has got to close that distance down and get your strength to his strength. And so I just think every single one of these guys that has a free option, you got to take it. But I do believe the creativity of Ben Johnson and his play calling and his play design, it can put a little bit more responsibility on Myles Garrett before he can be just a pass rusher.
Tom joins us from a very warm and cozy Hyundai booth upstairs. Tom, we've spent a lot of time talking the last week and even going beyond, prior to the Packer week about a fast start. And we just talked about it a little bit ago. And other than being prepared for things from the opening kickoff and being on your assignments and doing what you're asked to do, how would you define what's most important for an offense to get off to a fast start?
And I think Caleb talked a little bit about it at the podium this week, early game accuracy. So if you have some design passes that you want to get out of the quarterback's hands is as immediately as possible, considering Myles Garrett and how good of a pass rusher he is. If you have those routes that are anywhere from 4 to 10 yards down the field, then they got to fall into the rhythm of the play. And that means that Caleb has got to get his back step and the ball's got to be out of his hands. You can't give Myles Garrett a second rush, a second chance. And so if you want to talk about an offense that you're not going to ignore the passing game, because I don't think Ben ever will, as well as I think you have to do in the running game, you have to have early accuracy in the passing game that, maybe puts a question mark into, how they want to run things defensively, or, how you have to take things into your own hand on the back end of the Cleveland defense, and that's going to come through the arm, the eyes, and the talent of Caleb.
Tom, last week Micah Parsons moved all over the place. Do you expect Myles Garrett to line up the majority of the snaps across from Ozzie on his right side, Ozzie's left?
I do. A majority of the snaps, yes, but I don't think that's going to be it exclusively. I think he will go and test Darnell Wright every once in a while, or even if he feels that he has some stunt opportunities by coming out of the defensive tackle position, you may see him there as well. He is good at running stunts. He works well with his other defensive linemen, and, he's got the talent to play up and down the line of scrimmage. He's 275 pounds, so he's got the size, but if he feels like, man, I'm really going to go out here and see if I can challenge this rookie left tackle and see what he's going to offer me, That would, I think, would favor the Bears because now you know where he's going to line up, you know how to direct your protection accordingly, and you know how to get those hits and those chips and those secondary eyes on him.
Tom, how are you divvying up the back end of the defense? With Tyreek Stevenson back, you already have Nashawn Wright, who has had a fantastic season. You have Jalen Johnson back right now. C.J. Gardner-Johnson has been good. So how do they all fit together?
You know, one thing about the unique trait of this defense is the hidden attack ability. Sometimes you can bring blitzes and from the back end, guys at the line of scrimmage. So you do have deployable assets within that inside position. But I'm going to try to keep the guy on the field that is warm. And I don't want a guy that's going to go on the field and have 6 or 8 plays and then come off, cool down, and then be expected to go in, especially when you're dealing with some issues that Tyreek Stevenson's recovering from, and Jalen Johnson for that matter. So if you can, maybe you give the coaches an indicator of how you're feeling, but I want to try to keep this group as warm as I possibly can for a most or a majority of the game.
That's interesting. Tom, hang in there. We'll continue with Crosstalk. We'll bring in Joniak and J-Mac. It's the best booth in football. It's your hometown call. It's Jeff Joniak. It's Tom Thayer. It's J-Mac right there on the field. We are just about an hour and we're 40 minutes away from kickoff. See this thing's flying by. I don't even know. 40 minutes away from kickoff. It is the Bears and the Browns at Soldier Field on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
The bitter cold has found Chicago. Today is going to be about staying warm and getting the win to keep playoff hopes alive. While it's frigid cold, Circus Sports Illinois has hot NFL action with high limits, low holds, amazing customer service, and not a single bet fee ever. I'm taking Dallas -5.5 against Minnesota. I'm not falling for what Minnesota did last week. Download the Circus Sports app today at circusports.com. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
Hey Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffel's a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships is designed with your experience in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law.
I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-million, and win with Wallner.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Joniak and Thayer with Jason McKee. Bears football, ESPN Chicago.
All right, let's get you set up with the entire booth now. We'll start it with Joniak's Journal, presented by Steinhoffel's, Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Shop the furniture that you need for game day and the holidays in store and online at steinhoffels.com. And also, got to be loud today. Got to get some of those penalties on Cleveland. And they always donate $1,000 on those false starts when the crowd gets loud and the defense makes you jump. Let's talk to Jeff Joniak right now. Jeff, you were talking to us during the week, and you said you were ready with the long underwear. Anything else that you added to your game day routine today?
Not much to add. You know, you got the long underwear. I went back and forth. I brought several coats because I'm not quite sure I was buying the whole minus 20, minus 10 below wind chill, and I'm right on that.
Extra hairspray.
I feel great. Did not wear a hat. I said I would, but I chose not to. Tom was disappointed in that when we did our TV show, but we didn't have to go down to the field. They had heaters right over the top of us. I felt good.
The first time you get me sick, we're going to rumble.
Well, I'm not going to get you sick. I'm not getting sick this year. And you had your flu shot and everything, so you're good to go.
Yeah,
you're good to go. So,
Jeff,
no, I feel great. I feel great.
Jeff, how's the cold weather affecting that knee of yours?
You know what? That is the one fly in the ointment, T. Waddle. That it's tightening up. Okay. Yeah, last night I flipped from left to right in the middle of the night, and that flip when you're not, you're half asleep, the pain was intense. That's all I got to say. So, yep, it was not good, and, yeah, it is tightening up.
Stay out of the Friday night jazz clubs.
I was. Anybody go to the Tortoise Club ever? I invite you to. Tortoise Club, enjoy yourself. Nice, great music, little holiday cheer. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever, Tom Thayer.
Joniak in the underground till 3 in the morning.
No. I was home by 11. All right, my first impression. You ready? So you got Mauling Miles. I don't know what else to call him. He's Mauler, right? Hunting the Iceman. Caleb's sack rate has decreased from 10.8 to 4.4. Largest drop by any player since the 1970 merger. That's how much better things are, both from his perspective on taking sacks to the guys up front and everybody involved. So, and I said this on our Bears Game Day Live show. I did not realize this. I don't know if you guys know this. Myles Garrett has never led the NFL in sacks. Wow. How is that possible? Never. Wow. Not once. Not once.
What is that?
Yeah, right. But his next one is 21, and he's well on his way. My second thought, average pass rush get-off for Myles Garrett per Next Gen Stats, the NFL Stats Service, 0.72 seconds. Fastest in the NFL. It was 0.70 in 24. That was number one in the NFL, so I asked Tom Thayer about that get-off. Like the expediency by way, less than a boom. Number one in the NFL last 2 years.
Coming out of your stance?
Yes. What do you think of that? Average pass rush get off. All right, my third degree Bears, 8 games of multiple takeaways, 8-0. Most in the NFL. I think they're going to have some today. Love to hear what Al Harris is predicting for his group. And my fourth and short, interesting, maybe only to me, Joe Thuney, a combined total of 180 games played today, playoff included. His record is 134-46 with an 1,132 plus
scoring differential. Are you kidding me? How is that possible? But he's been living a charmed life with New England, Kansas City, and winning here in his first year with the Bears. That's an impressive record right there. That's my journal.
It's great stuff. A Crosstalk is always brought to you by Shell. Sign up for the Fuel Rewards program from Shell and earn up to 25 cents per gallon on game days. Keep that tank full, too, especially in weather like today. J-Mac, how does this give you any flashbacks? I know it's not snowing like in the 06 championship game against the Saints, but that sure was a cold weather game. Any flashbacks to the good old days?
Oh, yeah, it's cold. It was cold that game, but it wasn't the coldest game I played, and I had an argument with Doug Coletti about the coldest game here in Chicago, and I recall it being, I think it was 08, we played the Packers. It was freezing here, along with another cold game. We played the Falcons on Sunday night, and you remember that's the game that Michael Vick quit on the sidelines. It was real cold that night, too.
J-Mac, go ahead. I was just going to say, J-Mac, did you get the takeaway goals that they have set by Al Harris today?
Yes. Coach Harris came up to me today, and he said the number is 4.
Oh!
Last week was 3.
Whoa.
This week is 4. So, and we weren't close we haven't been close in a couple weeks. So, I don't want to tell him, hey, you keep telling me this, Coach, but it hasn't coming into play. But he seemed adamant about it today. So let's see if we get 4.
Is that a statement on Shedeur?
Yeah, I mean, hey, it sounds like it is. He was adamant about the four takeaways, and I'm down in the end zone right now. And Shedeur was one of the last people to go in the locker room. He was out here running around, throwing on the move to one of the receivers. So, I'm pretty sure he's focused and excited about this game as well.
Well, with 30 minutes and 38 seconds on the clock to kickoff, all the Browns but one are off the field. Your Bears are still getting some lather up here.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Tom, what is mandatory uniform setup for you in weather like this? Are we no sleeves and all greased up with the arms? What's the plan?
We really didn't grease up our arms. We more silicone sprayed our jerseys so they couldn't get a grab of it. But, T. Waddle, one thin layer of nylon is not going to make you any warmer than if you were bare-armed or not. And offensive linemen, we sweat profusely, whether it's 10 below or 90 above. So it's still all the same, and that's what I was mentioning before. Is that once you get loose, stay loose. And as a bald guy, once your helmet gets warm, keep it on.
Yeah.
Because the worst thing you can do is take it off, let it freeze, and then
you
it's going
had
to
hair
freeze.
back in the day.
I'm not on the top of my head.
Yeah. Well, that sounded very close to being a Seinfeld episode when you say a thin layer of nylon. Wasn't there a thin
layer of gabardine?
Yes. Hey, Tom, how long does it take for you to recognize whether or not the guy across from you wants to be out there in these types of conditions?
I think a lot of that is drive concern because, one thing about the Eagles game a couple weeks ago on Black Friday, you recognized it early when the Bears went out there and they had double-digit drives and a lot of their success was in the running game. You could see Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis raising their hand and try to, come in and out of the lineup. And I think that's the same thing with the Bears today. If you come out here and you show them that you're a super motivated 9-win football team and you take it to that defensive front, they're going to be looking for the same opportunity to come in and out of the lineup. And once you come out of the lineup after getting warmed up and you start freezing and tightening up, you just don't play that good bendable game that you're used to in weather conditions.
J-Mac, we talked to Courtney earlier, and she was talking about her concern about the wind. We always talk about it. It seems like it's always windy here. What is it like out there right now as far as conditions and what the wind's doing?
Yeah, it seems like the wind is picking up a little bit. It wasn't as bad as when I first came out here for warm-ups, but it does seem to be swirling a little bit. And as you know, in Soldier Field, it can go in many directions. So I can't pinpoint a direction for you right now, but it could be a concern.
Yeah, almost on cue. The goalposts are moving.
Yeah.
So it's getting a little interesting now. I tell you, special teams is going to. The Browns have had a horrible year with special teams. They've had some costly errors, block punts, muff returns. That game against the Jets, 2 return touchdowns. They got Malachi Corley, who's expected to be one of the return men today. Kickoffs. He caught a kickoff that was headed out of bounds against San Francisco. Another guy fumbled last week in a punt return at his own 18. So That could be a big sway today to try and get another possession and try and create immediate distance between you and a team visiting with a 3-win season and a lot of uncertainty about the future. So make them think that it's over early.
Great stuff, guys. We appreciate it, and have a great call of the game. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff will be back with Ben Johnson. I will say this. We got a tip from a fan who tweeted us, and I made the play. He was talking about the Browns special teams and how much it has struggled, and we know the Bears defense takes the ball away. Put down a play on a Bears defense or special teams score at plus 500. So maybe something you want to look. Maybe Duvernay or Burden busts one. Maybe you get an interception.
Maybe dinner's free for you later tonight.
Let's go. All right, coming up next, we'll hear from Ben Johnson. There's going to be some great stuff, as there always is, with the Bears head coach as they look for good, better, best. And the celebration at the end of 60 minutes of football yet again today. We're at Soldier Field. It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Chicago Bears radio network.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $450 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sautéed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $450 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through January 31st, 2026.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
$9 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $9 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Hey, this is Yurko. You all know I played professional football and I've been on the radio for many years. I've had the chance to endorse a lot of products and companies, but I've always believed in only backing the ones I truly trust. And now I get to endorse a company owned by close friends, the Verdoliak Law Group. They've been helping people for over 60 years, even some of my friends and neighbors. Just like choosing an experienced doctor, you want skilled lawyers by your side. With $9 billion recovered and 40,000 clients served, they're proven experts in personal injury, accidents, wrongful death, and more. Call my friends at 8444-VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group will do great for you, too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. When emergencies happen, who do you call? Broken pipe, power outage, furnace failure, no hot water? The answer is always the same. Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day service and installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. That's why over 30,000 customers have given us a 5-star Google review.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Get the Gerald exclusive lifetime warranty of the all-new Gerald Honda Countryside, Honda's 2023 President Award winner. Unlimited miles, unlimited time at no cost to you on all new vehicles and most used vehicles. At Gerald Honda, you can expect fast, friendly, and exceptional service, plus a large selection of vehicles to choose from. See why everyone is saying, got to get to Gerald Honda of Countryside. Gerald cares.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with Auto Owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Ask Arrakis Group in Bartlett if Auto Owners make sense for you.
You all know the 13 reasons to use Windy City to go to Soldier Field, but now there is a 14th, Gate 14. Windy City can drop off and pick up right at the gate. No more trudging in the rain, snow, or cold. Football, concerts, soccer,
You'll be safe and warm and get home an hour before your friends. Call 866-94-WINDY or WindyCityLimos.com. Tell them the M&M guy sent you.
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. Sync us up with your TV on the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, it is time to hear from Ben Johnson. Let's go back to the voice of the Bears. Here's Jeff Joniak.
Well, thanks, Mark. Welcome to Siberia. I mean Soldier Field, where it's frosty and perfect bear weather for Ben Johnson and the fellas. Coldest day of the year with a wind chill and a perfect day for Bears-Browns, but bundle up, right?
Yeah. I think, I mean, our guys, we knew what it was going to be like early in the week, and so we've been mentally preparing for it, and, it'll be probably this way from here on out, so we're excited about it.
Yeah, it's funny because Thursday night, Tom and I hosted Bears Weekly in front of a live audience, and Nashawn Wright was the guest, and Tom asked him, are you going to layer up? He goes, I wear the same thing in September that I will on Sunday. So it's mindset, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And, I told the guys, I'll share this with you. I told the guys early in the week, the story of first time as a coach that I made it to the playoffs was this 2016, and we played at Pittsburgh, and you got Ryan Shazier, the linebacker, out there shirtless in pregame. And you're talking about a team from South Florida going up there. I mean, we just got absolutely stomped. But to your point, it's a mindset thing, and I think Shazier is gone on record since then to just say, I didn't like any second of it, but yet it was a 2% edge over my opponent, just knowing that I could handle the elements better than them. So, I like to think we allude to it as bear weather. Our guys are starting to embrace that.
Yeah, and Cleveland plays in similar conditions. My gosh, they get lake effect snow like Buffalo, and but the interesting thing is you can also spot. I think players instinctively know when opposing players, regardless if they're from a cold weather team or not, they don't like playing in cold weather, and you could feel them ease off the throttle a little bit. Do you recognize that as well?
Yeah, there's no doubt. I think, especially when you talk about our matchup here today, we got a little bit more to play for than the opponent, and so that certainly, if we can start fast, then I do think it could play in our favor.
Yeah, you opened the door. What does this game mean to the Bears today?
It means that we need to get to number 10. We need to get 10 wins, and this is an opportunity to do that. And so that's kind of been the message to the guys all week is, to go where we want to go. Our next one is out in front of us. So we're not taking this lightly. We know in the National Football League, all these teams are good. We still got to be continuing to get better and playing our best ball here this month.
Somebody asked me this, and I didn't have an answer. Coin toss. Why do coaches decide to take the ball when they win the coin toss or defer? Does it matter to you circumstantially? Is it factors like weather? Is it? What are some of the things you factor in?
Weather comes to mind right off the bat. Primarily, if it's windy or not. The sun could play a factor. Yeah. Whether the sun,
especially at Soldier,
if you're going to be in your eyes in certain spots, and so, that's I think primary. I'm a little bit more indifferent. I think a lot of coaches they just defer. I don't think it matters whether you start on offense or defense. I think you can win the game either way.
All right, field position though could be very impactful today. Kickoffs, punts, field goals in this weather. You never know. That ball's going to feel a little different.
Yeah. There's we are certainly emphasizing the special teams portion of today. We've been doing it all week, and so we're going to need our field position crew to come through for us, and love to have a couple returns pop here for us this week as well.
Browns offense called by Lake Forest native Tommy Reese. What's he doing now with Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, how about that? I got a good relationship with Tommy. I think the world of him. He's a good one. They're doing a good job, I mean, it's a rookie quarterback, and so they're trying to be smart in terms of what they're asking him to do, and yet they are able to move the ball and have some success. They got some playmakers. I think very highly of this rookie tight end they got, Fannin. He's a playmaker. He's hard to bring down when he gets the ball in his hands. I think the rookie running back's doing a great job too, and that's kind of the story of their team right now. They're starting and they're playing a lot of rookies. It's a young team, and it's a hungry team.
Yeah, most snaps among all teams for rookies this year. Now the defense, This guy led the nation in tackles last year, and now he leads the Browns in tackles, Carson Schlesinger, but also Myles Garrett. Obviously, we're going to get to him, but tackles for loss, they lead the NFL. They have 55 stuffs, 20 by those two guys alone. How important will it be to block these guys up?
Yeah, I mean, it's a top 3 defense for a reason. They get off the football. The game is still won in the trenches, and fortunately we have a good offensive line to combat this, but yet it's a tall task. I mean, just all those stats that you just rattled off, it's an enormous challenge for us. We do want to be able to run the ball here today, particularly with the weather being what it is, and so we're going to have to do a good job making sure that we negate their get off. It's a great team in terms of getting off the football.
Yeah. So the Bears on the offensive line, getting 2 yards before contact on average this year at the running game. And again, this is two immovable forces here of a team being able to get some jump right off the line of scrimmage to run the ball, and these guys getting behind the line of scrimmage. So how important will it be to stay ahead of the chains?
Yeah, it'll be huge. I think their 3rd and 7+ defense is outstanding. They create a lot of issues for you, and you got to get the ball out quickly, or else you run into the pressure issues. And so, I think staying on track that's a big part of our plan here. We do need to be able to establish that run game and need to be completion driven here in the passing game.
Do you anticipate them playing a lot of man?
That's what they do, and I don't think Coach Schwartz is going to change who he is at this point. He does a good job mixing it up between man and zone, but yet man is their number one way to get after you.
All right, name of the game.
Start fast. We got to start fast here today. Want to see it from both sides of the ball, really all 3 phases. We need it. I think if we do that, I think we're going to be pleased with the result.
All right, go get him, Ben.
Yep, thank you.
All right, we'll talk to Ben after the game. Back to Mark, Tom, and Dionne.
All right, sounds good, Jeff. Time for our predictions, and now's the time. Certainly now is the time to schedule your Four Seasons furnace tune-up. Guys, don't let it fail. Make sure you get it tuned up by Four Seasons, backed by 1 year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind is only a tune-up away. Call today and save $50 from your trusted local experts. For all the right reasons, call Four Seasons at 866-4 Seasons. Who wants to go first? All right, well, you go, Waddle. We get Dionne's mic.
I'm going to go first, and we fix Dionne's mic. I like the Bears to come out and play a very good game today. I think that they will establish their running game. I think they'll come out, play very physical, take the will of this Browns defense away from them a little bit. I don't think there'll be any letdowns. I think they will get a couple of takeaways. I see a 24-10 Bears.
Oh, wow. I would love that.
That's super close to what I was going to say. I was going to say 21-10 Bears. I feel like it's not going to be this crazy high-scoring game, but I do think that they'll be able to have control from start to finish.
I think it's going to be a little closer, but the Bears win 23-17.
Okay.
All right, so Jeff and Tom have your call. I'll take your halftime calls, 312-332-3776. Stay warm, Bears fans. Hopefully 60 Minutes of Football produces the 10th win of the season. This has been the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing. People need help. That's why I work for Get Covered Illinois.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
And we're here to help.